welcome to Thunderhill Raceway Park for the Western Shootout. Here, a little different than what we normally offer up here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. I'm Brian Bielanski. Larry Lefty MacLeod is with me today. Hello, Larry. How are you?
Good morning, Brian. For you, it is still morning.
It is. It is early afternoon in your neck of the woods. You know, we got a little different action going on today, Larry.
A lot of difference, yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Western Shootout. If you look at the little track map in the bottom left corner of our screen there, you're going to see a lot more squiggly lines than you saw yesterday. We've been on about a 3-mile track all weekend, and this weekend, today's action is going to be on a 5-mile racetrack, and it will be interesting if nothing else, Lefty.
It will be, but the drivers had a chance this morning to get some practice sessions in for all 7 groups. So everyone at least has seen that end of the track. It is all new to them. Half of the track is the same as the previous 2 days, but the other half is wildly different. And I think it's going to be awesome. Look at these new corners we get to see here down here at the new turn 10 on the west side. This is just absolutely gorgeous up and over those hills.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fun. I was watching some of the action this morning and looking at some of the times, and it appears that the extra 2 miles adds about a minute and change to the lap times per group or per car. So it's very, very interesting to see that timing change and what that's going to do for everything here. The other part that's interesting in our thing today is that they're awarding a big trophy at the end of every race for the Western Shootout winner. And what it is they had a point system for Friday's races in the Super Tour, Saturday's races, and then this race, and they're going to combine all the points together, and they're going to award a big Western Shootout champion. And for those who are watching, who follow our Super Tour, this part of the weekend has nothing to do with the Super Tour other than the fact that they're taking points from the first 2 races. There are no Super Tour points awarded. I believe the points here are going towards the San Francisco region's regional championship as well. But that is the kind of the carrot at the end of the 5-mile lap here, Lefty.
Yep, and those big trophies for doing the best over the course of those 3 Friday plus Saturday Super Tour events, plus this 5-mile monster track shootout today. Really kind of a cool deal. I think it's a great way to kind of spice it up, throw some interesting events here at this part of the season over on the West Coast, and should be a great, exciting day today.
So, does it appear that the pace lap is not on the full racetrack? Is that what happened here? Okay. So they're using the 3-mile pace lap to do the pace laps. That was something that I didn't know was going to happen, but it is. So now we have our cars 2x2 lined up and ready to go and get started here. I was assuming a longer pace lap, so I haven't told anybody who's starting where, but we'll do that on the fly. And here we get started as our Group 1, GT1, 2, and 3, A Sedan T1 and GTX. They start heading down towards our first corner here for the first time on this 5-mile course. Some of the cars who were here for the first 2 days in some of these classes are not with us today, so our field sizes are going to be slightly smaller, Lefty, but the guys who are out here and gals are going to have some fun on this 5-mile course.
Yeah, well, as we go green here in this first race, we got GT2, T1, GTX, GT3, and A Sedan, and this is picking up right where it left off yesterday between Tristan Littlehale and Tony Colicchio. Those guys, the last 2 days, had some of the best racing you will ever see between them. These 2 good buddies who've got a long history together were nose to tail for every one of their laps on both races, and seeing them take that green flag, Tristan's going to say, I got to get by Tony early. I don't know if he did, but it's going to be a great battle as we watch these 2 unfold for the next 30 minutes.
Well, and when you look at the point standings between the 2 drivers, the difference is 50 to 42. Colicchio has 50 points after the first 2 days, and Tristan Littlehale has 42. Now, the difference is here is that you only get 4 points more for a win here. So not only does Little Hale have to win this race, but Colicchio has to finish worse than second to be able to launch Tristan Little Hale into the Western Shootout win here. So a lot of things have to happen for Little Hale to get the shootout. He can still win today without the shootout. But that's kind of how the point system works here for this first race in particular. So
well, you add them up on time, and I think the time delta between them in the two races at the finish is probably all of about a tenth of a second combining the two side by side. But there you go, right where they picked up yesterday. There's a bit of a splash puddle there right at the apex coming around that West Course turn 11. But Colicchio had the win in both days, and he's picked up right where he left off. He's got that red BMW. He's just ahead of the white one in Tristan Little Hale, and those guys are at it again. And I can tell you also that green Corvette, that's Sean Wheeler. He did a great job of sticking with those guys as long as he did yesterday. Ended up taking third in that first race as well, and he's picking right up where they all left off.
So there's a lot more turns, and the turn numbers changed here because, of course, we've added, I guess, 6 turns to this particular. Well, there's more than 6 turns, but there's 6 turn stations to this 2-mile configuration, and so it's going to take me a little bit to get used to all of that today as well. But we will work our way through it and see how this whole thing plays out.
Look at the front three, and that just was Wheeler going by there as they're coming down into the last double apex corner here on the run. This is the end of the first 5 miles. Notice the gap that the front three have put between themselves and the rest of this field. They're not even literally not even on the same track anymore.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and that's because I think there's a lot of speed sections in this back section. There's another long straightaway back there, which they get to take advantage of. And with that comes, with these really high-powered GT2 cars, it just allows them to stretch their legs a little bit more.
Yeah, those front three apparently know this track in all configurations, I suspect, considering the pace they're putting down. 20 seconds now between our third overall of the field, Wheeler, to the T1 leader, Norwick. He's got that lead there. I think that's where he finished up yesterday as well for Don Van Norwick. Got the lead early on. He was right there by the GTX leader, Casey MacLeod, when they came across the stripe. So Casey sticking with the T1 leader today. We'll see if that continues on for the rest of this lap. Second place in T1, just about 2 seconds behind those first two that came by there, is Igor Granczuk. And so he's also trying to stay in the mix there in T1 behind Van Norwick.
I don't remember if it was Smokey Eunuch or one of those other old school dudes who said you can make up for track knowledge with horsepower or lack of track knowledge. And that makes some sense there. So even if they didn't have a ton of time here, but I think all these guys are from up in this area, so I bet you're right. They do have some time in here. And you are right, very much so. On another thing, Lefty, is that Little Hale and Colicchio, they're putting on the same basic show they did yesterday, and Sean Wheeler doing essentially the same thing.
Yes, yeah, they are. And Wheeler's going to try all he can to stick with these two BMWs. But these guys, look at this. They've got almost like the whole track to themselves. We've only got 11 cars on this 5-mile track. And these two can't see anybody because it's just each other. But it's just a whole lot of each other. For Tristan, he's got a big red BMW in his face. And for Tony, that mirror is full of that white BMW behind him. And look at them now as they come down this straightaway here through this section of the track. I think it's like the turn of the West Course. Yeah, this is the new 15.
Correct,
and
yes.
The couple of these straightaways now that we've added to this track. Look at the speeds they're coming through here as they climb this little bit of a hill with that chicane through it. Just gorgeous stuff.
Well, I mean, we've added 2 miles, but we've only added a minute of basic lap time. So that gives you an idea of how much straightaway there is.
That's a quick 2 miles.
It is really. So, you know, and it's also, this is a testament to the folks out here at San Francisco region who put the Thunderhill out here. They have the forethought to put a second track together here. They run 2 concurrent events at the same time here because of that track, and then they combine them here on occasion to do what we're doing today. Buttonwillow is doing the same thing, adding a second track there. The only difference between Buttonwillow and here is that we are not going to be able to run the whole thing together. There's no way to connect the 2 tracks. So there'll just be 2 separate racetracks. But, you know, good on the folks out here for putting this whole thing together as far as the track goes. And and there's some really cool vistas on that track too.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. So you can see miles and miles across the hillside there at Will. But here at Thunderhill, this is just gorgeous. Look at those rolling hills, the distance, and today that thing shining in the sky looks way better than what was missing yesterday.
I'm not even going to talk about the weather today because the last 2 days, what we thought was going to happen didn't happen on either day. And so I'm just going to not even discuss the weather. 23 minutes left in this race. And at this point in time, Tony Colicchio, Tristan Littlehill, Sam Wheeler are your top three in GT2. Don Van Nortwick is your leader in T1. Casey MacLeod is your leader in GTX. And your A sedan leader is Roger Eagleton. Larry Hansen has your GT3 lead at the moment, and there's about a half a dozen or so cars from yesterday who were not in our race today. So,
And there goes Larry Hansen, just by our camera there at start finish in his GT3 class Nissan. Oh, just a little hail. Looking for an opportunity there. Coming down towards turn 10.
this camera angle's really cool here. I like this one a lot, this turn 11 camera. And this is just after you come onto the new track. And then there was a really long straight, I think it's the next camera we get here. No, it's after this one. That's the main straightaway of the second racetrack, the west track here. So this shot here. So that's the start-finish line. Turn 15 here on our course is the start-finish line of the west track. And then they come with a little left-hander there and right out of our view. So
they'll come down a little bit of a wiggle down and eventually reconnect with the east track. And a little right-hander here coming up.
So the difficulty with this added 2 miles is the transitions between the two tracks. So when you're going from the west track to, or the east track to the west track, the going onto the west track, Lefty, is really narrow. So these cars don't like that transition apparently. When we get to our smaller cars, or smaller sedans, and especially our Formula cars, they love that transition because it's got a little like left-right thingy going on, and it's really fun in a small car, not at all fun in a big car. And then the transition back onto the East Coast is apparently a really steep right-hander that is really hard on the brakes and really takes some knowledge to do it well. But so that's kind of when people talk about putting these two together, I'm hearing, you know, these are the problem children when it comes to doing this thing good.
Yeah, and that creates all those challenges, though, that riddle that you have to solve if you're a driver of how to, not only do you have to get past the guys in front of you, the guys and gals in front of you, you have to figure out how to tame that beast of the track and all the nuances that the only day you may ever see this track this year is today. You come back at another event, may not see this config. So this is difficult to do to kind of figure this all out. And for Tristan Littlehill, he's trying to figure out a way to get past Tony Colicchio. It's last time we had seen them. Again, they were nose to tail. Here's the rest of the field, though. The pack now, a couple of T1s and a couple of A sedans coming out of the back straight.
All right, so we've got number 41, Brian McMillan, is stopped at the entrance of turn 3 here. And having some sort of, looks like a mechanical problem, pulled right off next to the flag station. Thank you, Mr. McMillan, for doing that and helping us stay green here. So not sure what the issue is, but it does appear to be mechanical. So the 41 car is probably done for the day here.
That's unfortunate. One of our GT2 entries there. But look at this. Look at Littlehill, the little crest, which as they come down here, and they just, you know, just nose to tail. I cannot believe these guys on a 5-mile loop are just it's just completely inseparable.
Yep, no difference. And then we've got that big 5-car little train here, which is also fun to watch. And they're also kind of like in that same inseparable type situation there. That could be one of two things. They could all be very evenly matched, or it could be that the first car in the 5-car train is just a little bit slower and they can't get around them.
Could be, and there's a couple of classes involved in that train. I know
Yes.
we've got the T1 battle going on between Von Norwick and Ganzuk. Those two are separated by the GTX leader, Casey MacLeod, and then you've got at least one, I think even two of the A sedans, Eagleton and Batenko, I think are all
Correct.
The five of those are about 3 seconds apart. And so the rest of the track is dormant for most of the time, except for this pair of BMWs and then this train of 5 that comes by, and then the flaggers get a few minutes to wait for them to come around again.
That's right. Pull a peanut butter sandwich out of the bag, hang out, text your mistress, all that fun stuff. 18 minutes left to go in this 30-minute race. These are timed races today, so it doesn't matter what the laps are. And we're gonna do 7 of them this afternoon, or 1 of them this morning and 6 of them this afternoon, I guess technically. And so after this one, we're gonna take a break for lunch, and then 6 consecutive races starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Get the 5 of them, 3 different classes covering 5 drivers, and it doesn't matter at this point. You're just racing each other regardless of what numbers and letters are on the sides of the car.
Oh, look at that! A pass for, I think that's probably 8th place, maybe. Right there, at least an attempted pass for the place, and then the car at the back of that group is going to take advantage of that. And
that might be Ganzuk in the T1 car that might have been fading a little bit. Now he's going to let the 2 A sedans go ahead in front of him, of Eagleton and Batenko. There you can see those 2 older gen Mustangs. Those are the A sedans. That T1, the yellow car, should be Ganzuk.
Oh, there looks like another attempt right at the front of that group. That would be Don Van Nortwick and Casey MacLeod, I believe.
Mm-hmm. All these Mustangs, all 5 of them in this train, in fact, are Mustangs in 3 different classes with wildly different prep across them.
And wildly different lines through these corners. One of them's doing it right. I'm not quite sure which one.
Well, I can tell you, Casey MacLeod may have the best horsepower of them in the GTX car.
The T1 group here, the A sedan group for the point situation for the shootout here, the 2 to look out for are Roger Eagleton and Ken Patterson. Peterson, I should say. They are the top 2 in that group, both finishing first. Eagleton won both races. Peterson came in second both races. So similar situation with the Colicchio Littlehale battle that Peterson needs to win, and Eagleton needs to finish 3rd or worse if he wants to win the shootout here. So.
And I don't think Peterson suited up today, so I think it's Eagleton's to lose at this point.
Oh, yep, you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. So.
But Batenko's going to give him a pretty good run. We had seen Batenko showing flash of speed yesterday morning in qualifying. He struggled a little bit in the race in the afternoon, but he looks like he's willing to push Eagleton a little bit more today, as the 2 of them, Batenko may be pushing Eagleton a little bit. But right now they've got a Ganzuk T1 car between them the last time across the stripe, but they're all mixing it up in that group. I don't think it matters to them. Hey, look, a little cell phone. Poke it to the fence there. I don't think it matters who they're racing with. They're all just racing each other right now, that whole pack of 5.
Andrew Wozencroft's in chat saying good morning. He says he loves the 5-mile course. He said it felt good in practice this morning. Bale Designs says they accomplished everything on the honeydew list and they can stay here and watch us all afternoon. Yes, love that.
Perfect.
Apparently, someone who's friends with Tony and Tristan say they have very little experience on the west section of the racetrack. You wouldn't know it.
No, you wouldn't know it at all, the way they're driving it, like absolute pros. Neither, maybe it's just an equal handicap for them, but I'm guessing between the practice they had this morning and the 4 laps so far, they've figured it out. These 2 look like they're quick winners.
Yeah, I sure hope Sean Wheeler doesn't have much experience because if he has lots of experience and these guys don't, that's going to be really demoralizing.
It is a little bit.
We're going to go with don't have much experience. So, all right, we are past the halfway point here. Let's do this and take our first break of the day. When we come back, if all goes well, we'll go green to the finish. You're watching the Western Shootout here from Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be right back. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information. Back live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Got about 12 minutes to go in our first race of the day here, GT1, 2, and 3, A sedan, T1 and GTX. And it's a clinic going on. If you were to want to make a driver's school clinic on how to dominate and walk away with a race, Lefty, this would be it.
Yeah, and for Little Hill, I think he's taken that class. So my understanding is he actually was a student of Tony Colicchio back in the day. So he's taken the clinic before, and he's getting a refresher course right now, unable to find a way past his mentor, Tony, there. We'll see at some point if he's able to. Those two, there's got to be opportunities, right? 5 miles of opportunities. There's got to be a place. But it's not the only battle. The A sedan battle of Eagleton and Botenko has swapped now positions a couple of times. So we're going to keep our eye on those couple of Mustangs, as they're also in the middle of that group of those T1s with Van Nortwijk and Ganzuk, so that the 4 of those cars, as Casey MacLeod's kind of separated himself, and there he goes right now through turn 13. The next pack of 4, it's T1, A sedan, T1. And those 2 A sedan cars in the middle are just locked in, the white one and the blue Mustangs. We'll see who's got the advantage. I think that might be Botenko in the blue one. It might be Eagleton in the blue and Botenko in the white.
Sorry, I was looking at something else. Two things to note. I'm always interested in pretty race cars, Lefty. The Tony Colicchio car, the sun's out, so this is why I'm noticing it today. Has like a metallic red thing going on, and it looks fast on the racetrack as it's coming by. The way the sun hits it, it's really cool. Also, the Nissan 350Z by Larry Hansen, that's kind of got the old school Paul Newman paint job on it, and that's also pretty cool.
Yeah, he just went through our camera shot there a moment ago, and yeah, it's a very, very cool what he's done there. But I'll tell you who else might appreciate the speed looking of Tony Colicchio. That's Tristan Littlehill. He's getting a lot of looks in that car. He can tell you every shade of red and every angle of what it looks like from the back end.
Yeah, he's probably got all the little bumps and bruises on the back end of that car memorized at this point in time.
I don't know that he's added to them, because those two, it's been about the cleanest racing you can imagine. They have been side by side yesterday a couple of times. The only side by side I've seen so far was when the green flag dropped, unless we missed it. This is a 5-mile track. It is possible to miss a corner or two. Sure. But I tell you, those two, they've been super clean, super fast, and just pulling away. They're 20 seconds ahead of Wheeler, who's also a GT2 car. They're 2 minutes ahead of the rest of the battles behind them, which puts them close to potentially lapping a lot of these drivers, which is just amazing that in a 5-mile track that they might be able to put a few lap down.
Yeah, I mean, this is as much of a dominating win as I think I've seen when you've got this level of talent here for a particular weekend. Sometimes we see wins like this in a regional race because the talent or the car prep is not really as good across the board. But in these Super Tour type events, usually the cars are much more, and the drivers are much more evenly matched at the front end of the field, at least. And but this is just absolutely phenomenal to watch these two guys.
Yeah, I would say they're both fantastic drivers with well-prepped cars.
Right.
Because they neither one, it's not like Tony's pulling away and Tristan's not going anywhere. That's as about even a match as you could get. And I would say you put these two up against some of the other classes of the field there when it comes to GT2, and they'd be set up pretty well against them. It's a tough class. It's a big variety of things that run in GT2. But these two, they're definitely some strong drivers with some very strong cars under them.
It also kind of makes me feel like that the BMW M3 might just be the right car for this racetrack. The best combination of balance and power to really take advantage of what happens here at Thunderhill. So that is also a possibility as well.
It could be, yeah. I mean, then maybe have had chances to kind of set up for the surface here. Maybe not necessarily this configuration of the track, but once you get up set up for the surface, a lot of the things are just a matter of the driver adapting. These guys seem to have got that set up very well to do what they're doing, and both of them very closely matched. Again, it's not just one car. We're talking about the two of them doing what they're doing to the rest of the field. To me, it's just amazing. It shows you the talent that they both have.
So we've had the luxury of watching these two guys now for almost 3 full races. Is this one of those situations where if Tony Colicchio doesn't make a mistake, he's got this thing? I mean, even though they're that close, and when you're that close, you never want to say something like this, but we've seen it now for 2 races and almost 3. It's pretty much, I don't know what Little Hale's got for him at this moment.
That's probably the frustrating part for Tristan is He knows how good Tony Colicchio is and knows that he doesn't make many mistakes, but also knows that he himself Tristan's probably driving his own tenths. He's probably driving his own inch perfect, knowing that Tony's just not leaving anything for him. There's no scraps to go clean up and have anything left. So he's got to hope that perhaps there's a mistake, but I'm sure he'll tell you there hasn't been any yet so far in the last 24 minutes.
And and when I've watched him now again for the most of 3 races, Colicchio, both of them, not even just they just don't miss their marks. Mm-hmm. They're all hitting the apexes at the exact same place every time, and are just really putting them down where they need to.
There's some slight differences in line between them, but it's consistent. You can just tell the drivers have slightly different styles and how they turn in to get the car to rotate. It looks like Tristan's a little bit of an earlier turn in and let the car sort of take a little bit maybe of a slide set and run out, where Tony's car is a little bit more locked on rails, a little bit of a later turn in, but they're both getting on the power at the same time. But it's consistent. It's not like those are mistakes. That's just their style. As you see them right there, you can see the line that the second car, Little Hale, has. He turns it a little sharper. It probably just puts the car just a little bit of a slip angle through the corner. It's just the way he's driving, and they're both so evenly matched. There's just nowhere to go with all that good turning, good speed. It's just amazing, lap after lap.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where I would love to have had an in-car in Little Hale's car. Because watching this battle from the driver's seat of that car would have been really spectacular. So that would have.
Could we get it next time? It would have been great to have it with audio so we could hear Tristan. We maybe a 7-second delay on it.
I think I'd have my finger on the dumb button the entire show. So I'm already doing too much work here.
We're getting some tips again from our producers on the ground. The Jonas Z314 says that Tony actually built both of these cars that he and Tristan are driving, which again goes to the evenly matched nature of the two cars. They are probably very close to identical, if not exactly identical, that are running there. But then it shows you too that it isn't either one of them driving a better car and not as good a driver. They're both driving similarly well-prepped good cars, and they're both really good drivers.
And maybe Tony didn't quite put the exact same setup on Tristan's car. Maybe. You just never know. I'm here to stir the pot here, folks. So if I can create a conspiracy theory, true or not, let's just run with it, right?
Yep. So watching this grouping here, again, the one leading there is Von Nortwick in the first T1 Mustang, the white one. Behind him is Eagleton in the blue. Slightly older Mustang, Batenko in the white one that looks a lot like the blue one. They're both similar 05, 07 gen. But look at the battle of the second two in this group. That is the Eagleton and Botanico A sedan. As they, for a moment, it looked like Eagleton was starting to pull away. Botanico was closed right back up again. And with only 4 minutes to go, probably, we'll call it maybe 2 laps-ish. And here come the leaders right behind them to lap them. But I tell you, those guys up there in A sedan are probably thinking about how much tire do they have left under their cars.
Yeah, because, you know, it depends on whether they decided to roll out an extra set of tires this weekend because of this extra race, or whether they're just, you know, using the same set they've used all weekend. So tire management in club racing is often a thing because not every team, not every driver has enough money to put a new set of tires on for every race. So, you know, sometimes they're running, you know, used tires for qualifying or practice, and all of that plays into the way these things play out. And a lot of times when you see a car you know is really fast but like a poor qualifying run, it's not really a poor qualifying run. They've just decided to qualify and use tires.
Yeah, and the other thing about this race is a 30-minute length race, but these are probably the warmest track temps we've had all weekend long. They had a pretty good length of nothing but green laps for them. And managing a relatively thin tire under a heavier car like a Mustang is not an easy thing to do when you're in the heat of the battle like those two are, just like our GT2 leaders are in the heat of their own battle. But in a sedan, those cars are notably undersized tires to the weights of those cars. That's sort of the game you have to play in a sedan. And right now, Eagleton and Botanico are trying to figure out, how do I make those tires last 2 more laps under these conditions when you're just trying to stay ahead of the other guy.
Right, and our leaders are now coming up on the back of that 4-car battle, and they're going to have to weave their way through here. This might be one of the chances.
There they are. There they are going through the crow's nest. You can see them in the background of this shot as they went up and over that hill. That is that chicane through turn 5, and all 6 cars were essentially nose to tail there. So Colicchio Little Hale almost got an opportunity with traffic yesterday. Let's see if he can get an opportunity today.
Yeah, that is one of the wild cards here as we get things going as to whether or not they were to catch the back of the field. They've done that now. Now let's see who gets through that group of cars easiest and fastest.
Well, that's Casey MacLeod, the GTX car that just went through your shot.
Right.
The next pack of 6 in some order. Looks like it's still Von Norwick. The first of them. Yep.
Yeah, let's see how many cars the front 2 have gotten through. They've gotten through half of the group. So the red car there in the front, in the second position there, is the leaders there, and they got through 2 of the 4 cars. Now let's see where they knock off the other 2 cars. There they are right there. And it hasn't done anything as far as the positions go up to this point. With a minute and a half to go, this could be the deciding factor in this entire race.
Yep, Tristan's got to find a way. And oh no, he just got stuck behind. It looks like Eagleton.
Unfortunate happening there.
Great job, though, I got to say, for Colicchio to be able to sneak by under braking to make sure that he kind of stuck a car between. I'm sure that's the savvy of the veteran skills there to know where the opportunity is.
But what happened is that then the Mustang in front of Colicchio slowed him down enough that when Little Hale got around, he didn't really lose anything because Colicchio didn't get around easy. So basically, they've moved through these 4 cars with no problems at all.
And Von Norwick has let them both go by very quickly. You can see him actually lift there as Eagleton kind of ran up on the back of him and say, "What are you doing?" And well, it's because he was letting the leaders, probably blue flags waving somewhere, but letting those leaders take their battle on through. With 30 seconds left, I don't recall seeing a white flag when these guys started.
No, I think they'll be able to make their way around, and they're going to take the white flag here with about 5 seconds left on the clock, maybe even a little less.
Yeah.
So
that's good for Tristan. One more time around the 5 miles. Maybe he could poke his nose in, but that run through the pack of 4 may have been his best chance, but you never know. 5 miles is still a long ways to go.
Yep, they're going to come into our view here with the white flag in the air just as the clock runs out. And that's going to get them one more 5-mile lap here. Tristan Littlehale is going to have 21 corners to try to get around his friend and instructor. His teacher is going to be trying to keep the student behind. At the moment, they're coming through and towards turn 3 with the same 2 cars. A little wider gap now between Colicchio and Littlehale, but now Littlehale seems to always close the gap going up towards, well, I've been calling it the crow's nest all weekend, but I'm finding out that that's not what it is called. What is it? The Cyclone. The Crow's
Okay.
Nest is the flag stand at the Cyclone. See, I'm learning everything
Yeah.
every day here. But anyway, they're right back where they were now with about 3 miles to go on this racetrack.
And you saw them going up and over that Cyclone feature there as they're rounding their way down right now towards, it's probably turn 7 and 8, perhaps, that they're running through now, and they should be heading to the new section of track. That's the dip down there through that turn 9. We'll again probably see the red BMW just ahead of the white one with about 2.5 miles to go.
Absolutely. So time has gone on the clock. We are on our final lap here right now. Our race leader is Tony Colicchio. Tristan Littlehale is in second. And then we've got another group of cars racing that's a little further back. And here they come through 10. No difference. Still Colicchio and Littlehale.
I don't know where the opportunities are going to be for Tristan. Perhaps maybe where the new track rejoins the old, where that little turn is. Maybe he'll have an opportunity. They are catching Casey MacLeod in the GCX car, so maybe he can use that as a bit of a pick to his advantage. Wasn't able to with the pack of 4 before. Let's see what Casey does here. Maybe if he just lifts and pulls aside, it'll take away any opportunity, and that's exactly what he did.
Yep, that is what happened. That's good for the front. Well, that's good for Tony Colicchio. Not good for us having excitement necessarily.
I'm sure Tony's going to buy him a beer at the end of the day for that one.
That's right. The 12-ounce bribery.
All right, they come up through the turn 16. They'll turn back onto the traditional track and have just a couple more corners for Tristan Littlehale to have any opportunities. He's going to need the run of his life off of the last 2 corners and down this back straight to have any chance. I think he's got to outbrake Tony into the final 2 corners if he's going to have a chance, but I don't think he's close enough.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the Hail Mary of all Hail Marys here, and we will watch and see if it happens. But it's been the situation all weekend long that Tony Colicchio has had the mark of his student, and it looks as though that is going to be the case again. But yesterday he was able to come up really close on the last lap here at the finish line and kind of surprised us, but let's see what happens here. No surprises today. It's going to be Tony Colicchio, then Tristan Littlehale.
So much fun watching those guys, just lap after lap, corner after corner.
And here comes those next 4 cars that we were talking about that have been battling all race long. This is going to be Eagleton, Butenko, Granzik, and Lowe as they come to the line. We'll see if there's any changes in position here, but I don't think there's going to be. There's Eagleton. Oh, actually, Granzik did get 6th place. Butenko dropped down to 7th, and then Michael Lowe. The good news for Butenko is that wasn't a pass for class position. That was just a pass for overall position. So it didn't really change anything in the class standings.
Yeah, great race there for Van Nortwick, had those A sedan cars just hounding him for the whole race. He was able to kind of lead that pack down toward the end, but a good battle in the A sedan is as well between Eagleton and Butenko. Just a good race all around. That's a lot of fun. This track looks like just a monster that would be a whole lot. I could probably get out there and just drive this thing for days.
Absolutely. So, all right, Tony Colicchio's your race winner in your GT2 first place car. Second place overall is Tristan Littlehale. He is your second place car in GT2. Sean Wheeler dropped down to 10th place, last car running. I don't know if he just decided to come in on the last lap, but that's still enough to become our third place finisher in GT2. Casey MacLeod was your GTX winner. T1 won by Don Van Nortwick in 4th place overall. Second place in T1 is Igor Granzik. And then you've got your A sedan cars. Roger Eagleton, the winner. Mikhail Butenko, second. And Michael Lowe in third. And then GT3, the one car in GT3 was Larry Hansen. All right, Lefty, this is our time to take a quick break, or not even a quick break. We're going to take about an hour off here. The folks who have been out here all day doing practice sessions before this race, we're going to bring them in, let them have some lunch, and thank them for all their hard work. And then all of us are going to come back and go racing again at 1 o'clock with Spec Miata. Any thoughts before we head out here, Lefty?
I think there's some great races, and I'm so glad to see some blue skies shining down on us today. It's so much better than the last 2 days. Makes a great Sunday afternoon.
All right. Well, we're going to come back at 1 o'clock. 6 more races, folks. I hope you join us. We'll be back. This is the Western Shootout live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us in about an hour. For the Western Shootout, I'm Brian Bielanski. Larry Lefty MacLeod is with us today. How you doing, Lefty?
I am good. I've had my little snack. I'm sure you guys had a wonderful lunch as well. But we're ready for 6 more races this afternoon and on this beautiful 5-mile track.
It is going to be big. We've got Spec Miatas out there today. And for those of you who may have missed our first race this morning, this is the Western Shootout, which is a points aggregate race for the 3 races this weekend. So it's not part of our Super Tour. It's an additional race, and they're using the points from yesterday and the day before and combining it with today's race for a big Western Shootout trophy. So that's how it's working. I have a grid sheet which is based on yesterday, but some of the cars yesterday aren't here, so it's hard to say what this is going to be, Lefty. But if all the folks here at the top are still here, our front row is going to be Jason Rollins with Eric Fulkerson, then Nick Leveroni and Jeremy Rutter, and then Matthew West and Amy Mills. That should be your top 6, but we'll find out when they cross the finish line, the start line for the first time.
Well, it looks like Nick Leveroni is your pole sitter, which means I suspect that Rollins and Fulkerson may not have come out to join us today, as that would have if Nick's put himself up there on that front.
Or he just said, I'm going to be on the pole. I don't care what y'all think. Probably not. But so anyway, we're going to go 30 minutes on this this big, long, lumbering 5-minute racetrack. So this shot here is really cool. Don't move away from this, Zach.
I love that shot.
I did not understand how much elevation was on this corner from a distance. And then I walked over here yesterday. It's got to be four stories maybe from the top to the bottom. And from the drivers I talked to, it's not really a big deal going down, but it feels like you're climbing like Mount Everest going up into there.
Yeah.
So once you make the corner and head down, it's just a straight shot. It's really kind of straight. But climbing up that hill is kind of crazy.
And now I can understand when Andrew Rosencroft was on here on Friday when they were using the bypass and not actually climbing it. There's actually still a huge drop-off as you turn into 5 there, even taking the bypass. And so I can now understand what he means by that's a bit of a crazy section. You can see how much elevation there is there. And then you go, oh, that's only like a couple stories below where the actual Turn 5 Cyclone, where the, as you say, the Crow's Nest flagger stand is. That's way at the top, which creates an even bigger drop-off coming down as we've used today and yesterday.
Yeah, and apparently there's like a light pole off in the distance, and you basically just aim for the light pole and then turn left.
That's the fine advice that I always get from my track instructor is just aim for the light pole.
Yep, aim for the light pole and then turn before you get there. So, all right, this is the back straight. So we're not using the full track for the pace laps. So it would be a longer-ish. Well, not even ish. It would be a longer pace lap if we did that. So we definitely have a few fewer cars than we did yesterday in this Spec Miata group. But nonetheless, we're going to get this thing going. The lights are out on the pace cars. They come around what is now turn 20 and 21. Yesterday, this was turn 14 and 15. So that gives you an idea how many additional turn stations we've added for this 5-mile lap. And now they're going to come into our view, heading down towards our start stand. The starter will have the flag in the air if he likes what he sees, or she. I don't have the names of our starters this weekend, but I'm sure they're good people.
Of course they are. They're SCCA volunteers. Of course they're good people.
That's right. Here comes the green flag. We will know now who is here and who is not. Looks like about nine cars head down towards turn 1 for the first time. And the takers for this event are standing by, waiting for timing and scoring.
Well, I see a Leveroni and a Fulkerson and a Rollins both tripped the thing, so having Leveroni at the front is very interesting. Remember, yesterday's race was fascinating with Leveroni, Fulkerson catching Rollins the whole way there at the end. But it looks like they're starting this race inverse of that order. Not sure why, but pretty cool. It should make for some interesting mixing it up now.
All right, we're going to see our cars coming here. This is going to be coming down from, now the flag station is called the Crow's Nest. That's what I was calling the corner yesterday. But the corner is called Cyclone. So here they come.
As Leveroni looks like he's been shuffled back to third.
It does, and we've got a pack of 7 cars up front and a pack of 4 cars kind of in the back. It's not really a pack, they're a little more strung out.
A little more of a gaggle than a pack?
Yeah, more of a gaggle than a pack. Very well done. They're going to come into our view yesterday. This camera yesterday was further off to the left and showed more of turn 6. Here we're getting just 7 and 8, or is this 8 and 9? I think it's 8 and 9. Oh, I know why we didn't put the camera up there, because it'd get run over by a race car.
It would have been, but now since
Yeah.
they're turning right, it looks great for the pace laps because they are in fact making the left there for the pace laps. But here at the long 5-mile course, that's where
Yeah.
they make the right turn and enter this west section.
Right. See, I'm getting some learning in today. And that's the section there where it's really narrow to get between the two racetracks we were talking about earlier. Smaller cars, more nimble cars really like that section, but really big cars don't. So someone said to me, it's really fun in a Miata, so I'm going to go with that.
It looks fun and everything, but anything is fun in a Miata, I will have to say.
There you go.
Oh, it looks like I got a pass.
Got a
Attempt
pass for
here.
Lee.
That might be
looks like
Fulkerson
Leveroni.
down instead of Rollins.
Oh, yep, I think you're right.
Going at it early.
Absolutely. And this is the main straight for the west course. You can see the start stand right there. And in our world, that's turn 15, the start stand today. So they make now a right-hand turn, then a left-hand, and they do another transition onto the new track, which is right here. Now they're back onto the west track. And that is a real downhill, hard-braking right-hander, I'm told. And that's also a part that is more fun in a nimble car than it is in a big bore car. So
this gets them back onto this is back onto the traditional track that they were on yesterday in these same couple of corners. The traditional 10 and 11, now the 16, 17 as they come now onto the back straight.
Yep. Now your Camels will look a lot like they did yesterday. This is their back straight. And we've got the little turn 2021 area as they head back onto the front straight for the first time. And we'll have a much better idea of who is with us today and who is not.
I suspect it's Rollins, Fulkerson, Leveroni, and Rudder are the breakaway at the front.
Right.
But let's see if timing is scoring and see if transponders agree with me.
Yes. Here we go. And you were correct. Rollins, Fulkerson, Leveroni, and Rudder. Then you got Amy Mills, Matthew Wyatt, Scott Story. Got a couple more stragglers here. And Connor Thomas. So that, a couple more even after that.
And one of those last two should be our fan favorite from the French family, Ben
Yes.
French. Yep.
And you are correct.
All right, so let's watch the pack as they come past the Crow's Nest, up and over the Cyclone there. Look at that as they just drop down. Now the Miatas finally have acceleration. Gravity helps that. Otherwise, their 110 horsepower, whatever they have, aren't exactly a whole lot. But they get to feel that now as these little lightweight cars go dancing around and down that massive hill. And now this front pack will head around turns 6, 7, and into this 8, 9, which then becomes a right-hander where yesterday would have been a left. But look at this front 4 really breaking away now. Amy Mills should be, yep, there she is, just in the back of the shot. She's in 5th.
Pulling up yesterday's qualifying times just so we can get an idea of what this extra 2 miles adds to our race here. Qualifying times yesterday were, so the qualifying time was 2:12 yesterday. So we're adding about a minute at a time. So it's a 2-minute additional time for, or 1 minute of more time for 2 miles of racing.
That's a lot of track to remember. Those of us that are a little bit older that have trouble with our memories, that I forget what I was going to say.
What'd you say? So what I was talking with folks is that the backside of this track, this west track, is really flowy, and it kind of just which kind of makes a reason why they're doing 2 miles in about a minute. A lot of straights. They seem to kind of match up together, where the front part where we normally run here is more technical, requires a little more precision. So that was how it's been described to me between the two tracks.
Well, watching these battles, so it looks like Rollins has opened up a little bit over Fulkerson and Leveroni, who are having a little battle there for second. This next pack, I believe it's going to be Wyatt, Mills, and Story in that order. We saw this yesterday, or maybe Mills had kind of pulled ahead on the opening lap from the folks behind her, and at some point she fell in line back behind the 71 of Matt Wyatt. And that's Wyatt, I think, that just went off.
Yeah, that would be wide at the exit of 15 there.
A little bit, yeah. So that was the car that Amy Mills had followed in behind. I'm wondering if that was maybe a pre-planned thing to kind of, sometimes it's more fun to race with somebody maybe there's learning opportunities there. But you can see that he's now a little behind the pack. I think that's either Story or Wyatt. I can't see that number on that car.
Oh, we have another car off there smoking, and off to the
right
there.
Is that Rudder, the 37, that was running fourth?
I don't know. We'll know. If it is, those cars are going to start coming past start-finish, and he'll start dropping down the order here pretty quickly. So we've got Rollins, Fulkerson. No, Rudder just crossed the start-finish line, so I don't believe it was him, but we will have a better idea here in just a few minutes. That might be Scott's Story.
Is it, or is it Chang that's off the side of the track?
It's not Scott's Story, because he just crossed the line.
Chang ran a Sector 2 time of 44 seconds, which everybody else is about 1:40, which means he probably took the bypass of yesterday's track to get there.
Sure.
I suspect he may have an engine issue, which would be why he's in the grass in case he's dropping fluids. He'd rather drop it there than on the track surface, as he's going to get going again.
No,
there's
still stuff coming out of the back of that car.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff coming out of that car.
That is not going to be good.
No, he's staying offline, but yeah, that is definitely not the ideal situation. I suspect he'll pull into the pits here. There he goes to pit entry, coming off of 21.
Well, I hope that's not too much oil or whatever it was coming out the back of that Miata. So here comes I think this is our leaders again. Yep, that looks like it's our lead pack.
Mm-hmm.
As they come up through turn 9, that's the transition into the new section, or the west section of the racetrack here.
And then this pack here, this should be the Mills Wyatt Story.
Sure. Yep.
And that looks like Mills leading, but Wyatt trying to stick the nose in there. Story, the 27 car is the blue one that had dropped back a little bit, but now Mills and Wyatt kind of do a little side-by-side through this crossover to the West Loop.
You've got Rollins, Fulkerson, and Leveroni right there. And Jeremy Rudder seems to have moved. Oh, no, that's the second pack.
And Mills just dropped a third in that, so even Story was able to slip in underneath. And I wonder if that was because she was side-by-side with Wyatt there for a minute. May have slowed her progress up a little bit, allowed Story to slip in. That right there on the front four going through turn 13.
Now, if Chang did take the bypass of the old track, coming here in through onto 18, could be a little slick here. We'll have to see how the cars negotiate that area here when they come onto that, and hopefully nobody will have any big problems there. But that's always something to be concerned about. It would be right into this section here if there was oil down. It looks like everyone's getting through it just fine, which is good news. And I'm sure they'll go out there between sessions and double check everything. But 20 minutes left to go here. Rollins, Fulkerson, Leveroni, and Rudder are your leaders here, and there they come through turn 19.
And that's a section of track that could have something down if.
And then
Michael Chang's car, as the drivers are trying to perhaps see it, maybe trying to stay to track left to avoid anything. It should be track middle at this section is about where he came back on and made. If he dropped anything, that's where it would be.
It's possible that there was nothing left to drop.
Hope if anything, it was just water.
That could be.
Not that we need any more of that, considering the last 2 days.
That is true. That is true. So. And here comes our leaders again now, completing the third lap here, although we're not really dealing with laps today, we're dealing with time. And it does look like Rollins is opening up a little bit, 1.4 seconds here, the lead between first and second, and then Leveroni and Fulkerson right there up with each other, trying to see what they can do to catch that front car.
Well, what they're trying to do, if they're trying here, or this is just fighting, but they're swapping positions. Leveroni was able to get past Fulkerson there, somewhere in that last sector. So next time we see them coming down the Cyclone at 5, it should be Leveroni now leading Fulkerson for second, and maybe Leveroni can get in a rhythm like they did yesterday and try to pull closer to Rollins, because that's kind of how yesterday went. Rollins had pulled out to like a 2-second lead, and as the race closed, the next two were able to get right up there with them and had a really close finish. Today's race, also a relatively long race, longer track. We could see some of that happening again if Leveroni can find a rhythm out here.
So Ben French blew a freeze plug in practice this morning and got it fixed and got it back out there today. So good on him and whoever was helping him to get him out there. And we have a bunch of folks in the Ben French fan club today. You guys are going to have to start printing membership cards. I got to figure out how to get one of those. But yeah.
Can I get on the mailing?
Exactly.
Is there a mailing on? Yeah,
there's got to be a mailing list, right? So anyway, good on him to get out. He's circulating in 10th right now. And more track time. You know, get out there, learn this big track in case you ever have to go out and do it again.
Just still watching that second pack there of Story, Wyatt, and Mills. They keep swapping position, and there they are. Mills now the second car in that sequence, with, I believe, Wyatt out in front, or that was the Leveroni. Maybe that was the Leveroni and Fulkerson battle there. But yeah, that's what that one is. But it looks like the fourth place car in that group, maybe that's why I got confused, has lost sight just a little bit of rudder now, dropping back. Leveroni and Fulkerson laying the hammer down, pulling away from the fourth place driver, and possibly getting closer to Rollins. So that's your front four. The next three then are Story, Wyatt, and Mills, and they're coming around the mountain as she comes. There they are.
That's right. So that would be Story and Wyatt with Amy Mills there in that last car. And she would be in 7th at this moment as they climb up the hill to get back into, get back towards the new, or the original section. So these two tracks, Lefty, were built at a different time. I believe they're coming up on the 30-year anniversary. Oh my gosh.
A lot of curb.
You probably don't want to hit that curb like that. Although the Mazdas are pretty stout, but you do that one too many times and your crew chief's going to come back and hit you over the head with a Polish torque wrench. So the original, which is the East Course here, was built, I believe, about 30 years ago. I think they're coming up on their 30th anniversary. This course here, I'm told, is about 5 years old. So it's fairly new here, and that's why part of the reason why a lot of folks don't have a ton of experience on it is just haven't raced on it that much.
Yeah, and it sounds like they only run this about once a year. Generally, at the end of the season, they'll throw a race down on the 5-mile loop, maybe some of the various days around. But great to see here, kind of mid-season form, they're able to use this track and give the Super Tour competitors a chance to see the glory of this full 5-mile layout.
Yep, absolutely. Coming up on 15 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this race, we're going to take our break. And when we come back, we'll get you to the end. And next race up is also going to be Formula Atlantic Continental and FE2, and then our P1 and P2 cars. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. This is Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Western Shootout. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park. Western Shootout time. I want to say, Western Shootout, Lefty. Pew, pew, pew. Western Shootout.
Yeah.
We've just combined Star Wars and Blazing Saddles. Oh my gosh.
So many lines I can't use right now.
I know.
We'll get to those later.
I know. We'll do that on a different broadcast. Spec Miata's out there right now with 13 minutes left. Jason Rollins, Nick Leveroni, Eric Fulkerson in your top three. A little further back in fourth place, Jeremy Rutter.
I think Leveroni and Fulkerson are doing a little of what they did yesterday, especially Leveroni. He appears by the eye a little closer to Rollins than last time by. They were 1.666 last time by the tower. Let's see what they are this time. Is my eye deceiving me, or do I have it that he's a little closer than 1.6 this time?
1.4.
Oh, look at that. See, my eyes didn't lie. Not this time, at least. Leveroni turns fastest lap of the race, actually a 3:25.3, 2/10 quicker than Rollins to cut that gap down a little bit. That means if he could do another 2/10, he'll be right there starting to feel the draft. And given the speed and given the longer straightaways around this place, I suspect the draft is hugely valuable in one of these Miatas.
Oh, absolutely. No question at all. Most of the time, we have 3 and 4 car drafts up front, and they are either switching places each lap or trying to pull away and just working one after another, lap after lap. So, yeah, definitely drafting and momentum is the key in these Miatas.
Rollins looks pretty stout as he goes up and over the Cyclone, turn 5. Opened up that gap a little bit, Leveroni. Maybe Leveroni might be a little quicker in some of the longer straights. His car maybe a little bit more slippery than Rollins or Fulkerson's behind him. So we'll see if he reels them back in now as they head up through the new bypass over to the West Course here through turn 9. He's still probably lost a tenth or two in the first sector. He did, in fact, 56.0 to 56.2. So Leveroni's got to use this second sector again to try to reel in Rollins in front of him.
Rollins is the driver we talked about over the weekend. He has spent some time racing over in the UK as well as over here. He has been doing this for 18 years, and he's showing that today, that experience paying off well to get up to speed fast on a track that maybe nobody has much time on here. So he's really taking advantage of that experience, pulling out of that memory bank on how to learn a track fast, and getting that done again today.
Don't count out Nick Leveroni in that exact skill. The first experience I had to Nick Leveroni was when he was running a Neon in autocross at the Solo Nationals in 1998. I was there in my Nissan. He was in one of the group near the front of the field. I was at the back, but he was out there as an autocrosser. So longtime autocrossers, and one thing autocrossers are good at is adapting to new tracks.
Correct.
And so you throw a new section of 2 miles in front of him, he'll figure it out very quickly.
Yeah, I also think maybe the way the track is built is it's not hard to learn 2 miles fast. Man,
that was a wiggle.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think is that Leveroni who's hitting that curb so hard?
Yeah, he hit it hard. The car almost looked like it took a double hop. I wonder if his shocks didn't appreciate that, because it seemed like the car landed, kind of popped up again and shifted over. And these, I believe, are a spec shock in these cars these days, but I don't know if there's still an adjustment. Maybe he didn't quite fine tune, but he hit that curb so hard that the shocks went, I'm done.
Yeah. There's only so much travel in any shock absorber. And, I know these are shock absorbers that are specifically for racing. They're not using an off-the-shelf shock for something like this. So regardless of which shock it is, I'm sure it doesn't have a ton of travel. So that could be a discussion for later between you and your shock absorber.
Well, we'll see if he reeled in back. Like I said, he had lost 2/10 in the first sector. He did grab 2/10 back in the second sector, and they're dead even in the third. So guess what? Same lap times. Essentially,
Right.
we're still at 1.4 gap.
Right. If you do that too many times, wouldn't it make sense to maybe try just a slightly different line without hitting the curb so much?
Hitting curbs is usually in these cars is part of the protocol. It's kind of
Right.
what you're expected to do. That one at that little kink coming around, I think that was where the west course meets the east. I don't know that was planned to hit it that hard. I think the intent may have been a little bit softer. Let's see if next time Leveroni goes through there, he doesn't quite nail that thing with as much aggression.
Yeah, I do know that every car book I've read on setting up a race car, it suggests that cars are faster when all four wheels are on the ground. So that might be something you have to think twice about now.
As a kart guy, I'm perfectly fine with 3 on the ground. It's the only way they turn, but I don't have a diff, and these cars
Right.
do, so they should use all 4.
Good point. Good point. I don't know if you remember back in the 80s and 90s with the IT cars, the front-wheel drive IT cars would go with 3 wheels off, or 3 wheels on the ground all the time.
Oh, yeah.
The inside rear wheel was regularly off the ground, and actually, if it wasn't off the ground, you probably weren't going fast enough, or you were set up poorly.
Oh, yeah. I used to crew for a guy with an old IT Fiesta.
Uh-huh.
And that thing all the time it was basically a tricycle around the entire track. If you weren't carrying and if you were dragging the brakes a little bit, just would hold that wheel for just for days around long sweepers. Waterford Hills, you'd see that happening around the Big Bend. You'd see that happening coming around through the to third 3 and up and over the hilltop too. So yeah, I used to see that all the time in those front drive cars. They were just soft enough to tip over, and those rear wheels are just along for the ride.
Exactly. Rollins, Leveroni, Fulkerson, and Rudder. That's the way it stands. That's the way it's been pretty much from the opening lap. And still, I would say Fulkerson and Leveroni are still within contact of Rollins, but they do need to get something moving here with only 7 minutes left.
Leveroni was quickest in first sector this time. He was a 10th quicker than Rollins. Now let's see how he does as they transition, as they go through the turn 1 of the west course and make that transition where he hit that big curb bump the last time. But he might be even closer if he can get it down to 1 second. And look, this is that section before. If he still hits it hard, not as big a bounce though.
I'd say not as big a bounce as the last time, exactly. And it does to me also. Your eyes clearly better than mine, but it does look like it's closer than 1.4 seconds. Now. Whether he keeps that distance for the rest of this lap is still, in question. But
he's been, even yesterday, through these next 2 corners, next 2 straightaways, I should say, he was quicker than Rollins in both Friday and Saturday's races. Now he just took 4/10 out in that long second sector. He should be about 8/10 back, and by the time we get to the starter stand, this is a fantastic lap right now for Leveroni at the right time of the race, as they're probably going to get 2 more laps. And he's going to need every bit of those to try and reel in Rollins, the leader, and have a chance to win this race.
Here they come down towards the start stand. This is where the time will tell. The magic number points. You know what? You're making me look bad, Lefty. 0.715 gap between the two. You said 8/10. I'm going home. You take it to the finish here, my friend.
Well, you know what? Maybe the Western Shootout, but it's not my first rodeo. But I'm pumped.
Well said. So your eyes are better than mine. Your math is better than mine. I feel like I'm gonna be losing my job here. No, it's all good.
Well, Leveroni is doing a great job at this stage of the race on these tires. 7 long laps, 25 minutes now on those tires, and they seem to be just hitting their prime as he picked up 7/10 on that lap to put 7/10 back. Let's see if he can nail these difficult corners like that one coming around turn 5, and see if he can get himself on the back bumper of Rollins by the end of the lap. He does appear every time to be a little quicker on the back straight and the front straight. That's where you need to be to make a pass. If he can stay this close and a little closer, you might just see an opportunity for him to pass one of the next 2 times.
For just under 5 to go, and pretty much, looking back through the rundown here, there have been no changes in position here in the last several laps. Our top 10: Rollins, Leveroni, Fulkerson, Rudder, Scott Story, Matthew Wyatt, Amy Mills is 7th. Then you've got Connor Thomas, Andrew Wozencroft, and Ben French. So it is on here, and none of them are terribly close to each other. There is the battle for 5th with Scott Story and Matthew Wyatt is a little less than a second, and then you've got your battle for up front. So those are the two to kind of watch right now.
And Story and Wyatt, yeah, they're as close as you can see. These two, the leaders, Rollins and Leveroni, it's about the same gap, Story and Wyatt. And those two are getting a lot faster. They have gapped Amy Mills behind, and she's pretty consistent on her lap times. But Story and Wyatt now are running 3:28s. You know, they're almost matching the lap times of Fulkerson and Rudder running 3rd and 4th. So those guys really are having a good battle and picking up pace. I suspect they're learning this track as we all are here in this session, but they're doing a great job of continuing to each go faster and faster. That race is definitely not decided yet.
And it looks like Andrew Wozencroft has had a bit of an off-track incident. Oh, I'm going to stop talking about that right now. Look at this battle coming through here.
This is Story and Wyatt, the battle for 5th. Wyatt, I believe, is the lead car.
There's a pass for the lead, it looks like, as well. Or an attempted pass.
The Leveroni, yeah, like I said, he needed to get back up behind Rollins by the end section of this track, on this lap. And it looks like he's done what he needed to do. Now, does he have the legs to make the pass on the back straight, or at least get side by side before they get down? This could be very interesting. Leveroni, the closest he has been all weekend.
Two great battles at the moment on the racetrack. One for the lead, one for 5th place. Here comes your leaders down towards the turn 2021 section. And then we'll come on to the main straight. This is as close as Leveroni has been since the opening laps of this race.
He was not able to draft and make a pass going into the last corners, but we know the front straight's even longer. Let's see if he's able to nose ahead before they got to turn in for turn 1. Does he pop out? Not close enough.
Not close enough. A big, good speed coming off at 21 for Rollins, allowed him to pull away as the white flag comes out. We are on our final lap. About 4.6 miles to go. 42 cars. Here comes the pass for 5th place. That's Matthew Wyatt trying to get around Scott Story, saying now's the time to get this done. And it does look like he's made the pass, and he's able to put a little bit of gap on now, but he goes really wide. Did he go off? It looks like he did.
He might be in the grass, track left, going on to the front straightaway. That's gonna hurt me. It just made the pass. It just couldn't make it stick. I think he's gotten back on, but he's a long ways back.
Oh, wow. Well, that gives us the opportunity to ignore that battle because we can go to this one. This is your battle for the lead. The car in front is Jason Rollins. The car in second place, Nick Leveroni. There's about 2.5 miles to go to see which of these cars is going to win. If Nick Leveroni is going to get it done, he's got to get it done soon.
Leveroni was very quick in the second sector each of the last couple times through. That is the whole new section, is that second sector. So if he can do that again, he's going to have to try and make a pass maybe even before they get down to back onto the east course. You can see there, he even closing going through that turn 9 kink as they go down what's another long, wide open, straight section of track here down towards turn 10. And if he can make a pass into any one of those, he might have to take it. Not quite close enough here, but a couple of corners down the road, he might be right up on the bumper of Rollins again. This time he can't play conservative. He's got to throw the kitchen sink at it.
Did he go one lap too soon? Did he put all of his marbles onto the second to last lap, and now he's got nothing left in the tank? The tires might be too hot. The brakes might be too hot. Will he be able to fight back here? Those are the questions that Nick Leveroni is asking himself inside that helmet. Have I done it too soon? I've got to get that out of my head and just push forward and see if there's one more chance.
Well, he's a little further back now than he was in the previous round through 13. He's got a great exit there, almost a little bit too good. Caught a little dirt there at the exit. Let's see if he's smooth as they climb the hill and go through these little bit of offsets to connect to the old track. He needs to be on the bumper of Rollins when they come around onto the back straight. He's closing.
He does look a little closer than he was a couple of corners ago, but is he close enough? The time's out on the clock. The next flag they're going to see is going to be the checkered flag. Who's going to get it, Rollins or Leveroni? Here they come back onto the east course here through turn 16. They're going to come into our view in just a second. Will Leveroni be able to close that gap? It does not appear he's closing it much right now. And Rollins just doing what he's done pretty much all weekend, putting his foot down, keeping his head straight, hitting his marks. That's all he has to do, and he will become a 3-time sweep winner this weekend.
Well, Leveroni got a pretty good run. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. He definitely closed up a couple of car lengths, but he left himself so much work to do. I think it might have been too much. not even a chance to pop and do anything interesting here. All he can hope for is probably a Rollins missed shift, and I can tell you, Rollins hasn't missed much of anything in these 3 days.
On the main straight for the final time, checkered flag is in the air. Rollins and Leveroni. Will Leveroni be able to pop out here right at the finish line? He's might be going to, no, nothing even worth trying. It's going to be a whole car length between the two of them. It doesn't sound like much. 0.174 seconds at the line for Jason Rollins over Nick Leveroni.
Unbelievable race, and again, these two just putting on quite the show out here. You know, a couple more laps, it would have just continued. These two would have battled for another hour if they were given the chance.
So in the closing laps at the back of the field, we've had some interesting happenings. With about 3 laps to go, Andrew Rosencroft had an off course. Ben French took advantage of that to move into, at the time, 9th place. And then at the final laps here, Connor Thomas seemed to maybe pull off or something, because he has dropped down to now 10th on our scoring grid. So that's how it's going to finish. Up front, Jason Rollins, Nick Leveroni, Eric Fokelson, your top 3. Then Jeremy Rutter, Matthew Wyatt, Scott Story, Amy Mills, Ben French, and Andrew Rosencroft. We're going to just double check them because it might take them a while to get back around. It's a long lap. But that's how it should play out, with Connor Thomas and Michael Chang finishing in 10th and 11th. Whew.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Great race. This track just continues to show it's just a gem. Absolute gem.
Absolutely. All right, let's take ourselves a break. When we come back, we're going to have race number 3. That is Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, and P1 and P2. Don't go away. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We are live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us. Welcome to the SCCA San Francisco Region Western Shootout, live from Thunderhill Raceway. I almost did it, Lefty.
Did you almost throw a sponsor name down with this
No,
one?
I almost called it the Super Tour.
Yeah.
All right, but big Super Tour weekend ending with a non-Super Tour race. This is the Western Shootout, and part of the whole deal here is it's a 3-race points game. Friday and Saturday's races count for points, and then this is the third race. This little Western Shootout is independent of the Super Tour, although it did include the Super Tour races in the points. So these are just regional points in a bragger-take-all kind of shootout. And now we have our prototype classes and our wings and things.
Yep, and it looks like, based on what I'm seeing on track, we're doing a split start again. The prototypes up front, who are Sans pace car, and the pace car then will lead the formula, the actual wing things behind them, leading the FE2. So this will be a good group. What I don't think, though, I don't think the Roamers are here today. Chip Romer put on a lot of fun watching him try and chase down Devonport yesterday. Looks like the Roamers may have headed back to the southwest, but Devonport appears like he might still be out there, and as well as a few other the prototypes. And then, of course, we always have a really good battle. We've got the bunch of FCs here again, FXs, and then, of course, the FE2s. I think Caleb Schrader's back, and he was the class of the field, but it came to FE2s yesterday.
Well, I know that Jim Devonport's here because we talked about this on the podcast. He said he was definitely doing all 3 races. So, and this is his local home track. And what better to have the bragging rights at the end of the day than having another really big, cool trophy in the trophy case? So,
well, let's see if these prototypes that don't have their own, they are okay. I was gonna say they got the instructions. That's probably Mr. Devonport there right at the front. Yep. I believe that is. The black car with the lightly red trimmed. Yes, they would have needed the memo there to say, hey, by the way, when you do your pace lap, take the traditional East course. Don't go down the new one, because that would make things interesting. But there should be a pace car in front of the regular Formula cars coming up around the bend shortly.
Yep. And now we have one straggler trying to catch up to the back of the field. It'll be interesting to see if that straggler knows to take the shortcut. Because if they take the long track, he's going to be really behind when the green flag flies. I want to see what happens here when this little car comes up here. It looks like it's actually going to catch the back of the pack here real soon. So he'll probably see those cars taking the shortcut here before. Yeah. Darn it. I kind of wanted to see what happened if he started on the back half. But anyway, here comes our leaders now. Or not our leaders, but our front pack of prototypes. 6 of them will take the green flag first, and then our second group will come by a little bit, probably about 30 seconds later, to take their green flag. And we'll do 30 minutes of racing here. No laps today, just 30 minutes. Well, actually, we'll do laps.
Lots of laps.
We won't count them. And actually, we won't do lots of laps. It's a 5-mile track.
Plenty of laps, and watching these prototypes actually go around here. Watching what Jim Devonport does here should be pretty astounding, given the speeds of that car in the capable hands of Mr. Devonport. This should be a lot of fun watching him throw this thing around. I wonder if he'll hit that curb as hard as the Spec Miatas did in the last race. Probably not.
Hashtag I doubt it. Green flag is in the air. Here they come, roaring down towards turn 1. Second place car, second row white car has poked out to possibly make a pass, but they thought better of it going into this first turn. And now they head down towards turn 2 here. We should be seeing our second group now come on to the main straight any minute here.
There they are in the background somewhere.
There they are. And when you have a split start like this, there's really no question the green flag has to come out no matter what they look like here. That would be a recipe for a disaster if they didn't do that. So that is the green flag in the air. Now your winged Formula cars, you can hear them in the background coming through. 3 wide, about 5 rows back there. And they've come back to 2 wide before they get to turn 1 and head up over the hill down to turn 2.
Yeah, that might have been the Swanback, Burt, and Shooter group there. A couple of FCs and an FE2 that may have been part of that 2 or 3 wide. The head of that field was still Caleb Schrader in the number 99, that white FE2. It looked like Eaton and his nearest rival alongside him as they went down into 1. So that's where FE2 stands. And already out at the front, the prototype's starting to pull away. That should be Devonport ahead of, I think that's McIntyre in a P2 car, currently second. I suspect both of them have gotten several laps on this configuration.
Yes, definitely would be my thought on that. I know Davenport has, because he was pretty good at giving me a description of how to run this thing. So, and McIntyre's the RE out here for San Francisco region. So, he probably
and in a P2 car, yeah, P2 car, he's matching Davenport's pace here on this first flying lap. So, yeah, I suspect both of them have got a pretty good handle on how to get around this full 5 miles.
The guy who decides which course we're going to do, make sure he picks the one that he knows a lot about, you know? Smart. You know, man, I'd do the same thing if I had the power to do that, right?
Membership has its privileges.
Absolutely. Nobody ever said he wasn't smart. Here we go with 7 minutes and 45 seconds, or 27 minutes and 40. Boy, I don't want to cut these guys out 20 minutes of lap time. They'll come after me. But there is Davenport first. That should be McIntyre second. And they don't even come out to the FIA curbing on the outside of turn 18, 19. That's how. That's the difference between a prototype and a sedan. You kind of want to stay off the curbs as much as possible if you can.
Yeah, these prototypes have a lot of undercarriage to protect. There's a lot of some especially even the P2s. You don't see a lot of aero on top. A lot of the aero is generated underneath or the low slung rear wing off the back of McIntyre's car in particular, and Tim Day Jr. as well, who's going to be the other one coming through the field here. A lot of it aero, it has to come from underneath, and if you do any kind of curbs and things, you lose that aero. And for those folks that may watch that professional high-end thing that may be happening in Miami later today, they talk about that as well with the way those cars now with the under tray of air that comes from underneath. Same thing, as those cars hit the ground, they lose the air. Same thing happened in these P2 cars if you're not careful.
Well, in addition to damaging that for two reasons, obviously it costs some money, and that's part of it, but it really screws up the aero not when you're through it as well, because I think that's part of how these things go fast.
Yeah, it's literally like if you get you're a kid and you're holding that vacuum cleaner up to your hand. If you kind of let go, it's like, oh, the vacuum suction is gone. Same thing. You hit a curb, one of these cars, that suction suddenly just goes away, and so does all the grip that you thought you had. So real important to stay on the nice smooth tarmac to be able to actually get grip and make speed around this place.
Engineering 101 with Lefty MacLeod, folks, here on the broadcast today.
I need to get my buddy Deech Matavine, who's from the Atlanta region. He's actually an aerospace engineer, all about wings and aero. I've talked to him a couple of times, but you get him on here, he will talk your ear off about vortices and pressure losses and all that crazy stuff.
I think about having him on my podcast, but I don't think I can run with that guy. I don't know if I can ask the right questions with that kind of stuff. So.
He'd be a lot of fun to be on a podcast. He'll tell you all about his stories about traveling to Western Australia to go see the solar eclipse a couple weeks ago. He was down in Antarctica back a couple of months ago. The guy travels everywhere, and he's a wealth of knowledge on aero. He's a very interesting guy, well-rounded guy. I don't want to give away all the secrets. He might be taking my job, so...
Yeah, no question. Jim Davenport is our race leader right now. John McIntyre second in the P2 car. Then you've got Tim Day Jr. and Kevin Mitz. You've got three P2 cars right there in order. So any kind of hiccup by John McIntyre and Tim Day Jr. and Kevin Mitz ready to pounce there about 5 seconds, 6 seconds back. So that's the way it looks there. Heading down to look at our FE2 class. This is going to be shocking to you, Lefty. Caleb Schrader's the leader in FE2.
Yeah, didn't see that coming at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. We joked about that, folks. Caleb Schrader won both the FE2 races yesterday and the day before. So he has been absolutely hooked up this weekend.
Yeah, keep an eye on Tim Day in the P2 car. So he started this race, I think he was 4th or even 5th in the order as they were released. The first lap for him was kind of slow a little bit, but he started to get on with the program here, matching first sectors with McIntyre, who's about, I'll say about 10 seconds in front of him, loses a couple seconds through the second sector. Again, that's the whole new West course, so perhaps Tim Day doesn't have the experience out here that McIntyre does. But let's watch him as he develops the pace and gets experience with this section of track. We also know he had some issues in qualifying yesterday morning, and he's just sort of off the pace. And Tim Day is one of those guys who's always in contention at the runoffs for championships. So if he's off the pace, there's typically something else going on, and maybe he's starting to put that together and learn a track here all at the same time.
And do you think it's easier to learn a track like this in a Formula car where you've got a really, you got the car, or a prototype car where the car is pretty hooked up to start with? Or is it easier to learn a track in like a Spec Miata or a touring car?
Given the choice, I'd probably rather start a touring car or spec Miata. A, they're just a little slower. B, they're less sensitive to curbs and those dips and those undulations throughout the track. We talked about how the prototypes lose aero when you go through some of the, you hit some curbs, even the exit curbings and things. If you're out testing the track limits and trying to find the good line, doing that at prototype speed gets to be a hairy scenario for you. I would rather do it in something a little slower, but certainly in something with a little more supple suspension that could absorb some of the mistakes I'm probably going to make in trying to find the fast line.
There you go, folks. Be careful with your supple suspension.
Coming from a guy that drives a go-kart that has no suspension.
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. All right, it's still Jim Davenport up front. No changes there. John McIntyre is now 10 seconds back, which makes sense. That Prototype 1 car should be faster than the P2 car. And but don't look now. The gap between first and second in P2 is closing in. It's now about 4 seconds.
Yeah, keeping an eye there on Mitz. He seems to have a pretty good handle on this layout of track. He's not going anywhere behind Tim Day. So we'll see if Day has his mirrors aligned and sees Mitz coming.
Well, and the gap between John McIntyre and Tim Day Jr. is also 4 seconds or so.
McIntyre today is about 14 seconds. His Day is still lapping in the 50s.
Yes. Never mind.
But Tim Day, again, he may be learning that section of track. I don't know if Mitz has experience perhaps around this track. Maybe he's got a bit of that advantage over Tim Day and able to lay down flyers early in the stage of the race.
21 minutes to go here as we weave our way through this 5-mile. I don't even know how to describe it. Besides the fact that it's a pretty cool layout, you've got the beautiful scenery around here. It just it feels like one of those places where it would be great for the rest of the country to make a pilgrimage out here once in a while to do some of these racetracks, because there is no lack of fun factor when it comes out here with some of these West Coast tracks. I know all of us West Coasters trek east often, but spend a vacation, come on out here and have some fun.
Well worth the trip if you can, especially if you give the opportunity to run the full 5-mile here. I think I would take it in a heartbeat. What I like about it is when you drop through the right-hander that then sends you into the Western Loop here, it's almost like you entered a different universe. Like you disappear over the mountain now from where, because the rest of the track is kind of built around that central paddock. It's basically a big loop, and then you got the back and forth straightaway that circles around the main paddock. But when you go down the Western Loop, you're on the other side of the hill, and it's just like you've exited Thunderhill and gone to Thunderhill A or B. You're just in a whole different place, and then you suddenly find yourself back in. Go, oh hey, I remember this track from yesterday, and you're back into that universe. It's pretty wild.
Exiting through a black hole into another dimension.
The portal of Turn 9.
The portal of Turn 9. That's good. Looking at the Formula Continental race right now. Let me pull that up. Stand by. Daniel Swanback is your FC leader. 2.5 seconds ahead of Troy Shooter in second place. Jeffrey Peets is in third, and then Lynn Greenhill is in fourth. Drilling down again to the, let's look at Formula Atlantic. Only one car there today, Joe Briggs.
Looking at that FC, though, you mentioned about Shooter a couple seconds back in Swanback. I think he's gaining quickly, as Shooter had turned a much faster lap than Swanback last time by about 2 seconds quicker, which means he's ready to evaporate the rest of that lead. In fact, even through Sector 1 on this lap, already took another 3/10. So keep your eye on Shooter as he works his way through the field. He may be in contention for a win here.
You can see our scoring pylon here. All of the different cars have different colors with their numbers. Those colors are connected to their class. So our Formula Atlantic cars are in blue, and then we'll see it flip here in just a second to another class, and it will be in a different color. There you go. Your Formula Continental cars are in green, and so forth and so on. So when you know your class colors, when we pop up the overall leaderboard, it will show you how those classes are intermingling. And multi-class racing is kind of the joy of what we do here in the SCCA, unless, of course, you're a car being slowed down by one of those classes as you're trying to make it through, which is all part of, you know, the strategy of how to negotiate these races, Lefty.
It is. It's part of the deal when you're in club racing is you've got to figure out how to make your way through the various classes. And those classes right now, I'm looking at a couple of these battles that are intermixing here. As you've got the Swanback with Burt, an FE2 car trailing behind Swanback, your leader in FC, and then Shooter just back from there in the other FC car. So there's a little bit of intermixing going on. But in terms of inter-class battles, Yeatman and Pigeon now are just about a second apart. And there's, look at this group of four. I believe that must be the Burt, Shooter, maybe Swanback somewhere in there, I think.
I'm going to go back to our overall, and yeah, I think you're exactly right. Burt, Shooter, Swanback, right in that area.
It might be. Yeah, there might be a Pigeon right at the front of them who would be currently third.
Sure.
In the FE2 class. We'll see if that's who it is. That pack should be coming down the front straight.
Yep. So that was Yeatman, Swanback. No, that was Swanback, Burt, Pigeon, and Shooter.
And it looked like Burt just took over a third spot in FE2, leaping around Pigeon, although I think they might have been side by side as they went past the starter stand. So that is still in contention here at just coming up on the halfway point of the race. That's a pretty good battle developing in FE2 for that last spot of the podium.
And if you come to any of our West Coast races and watch the wings and things, the names you're going to hear are going to be Swanback, Burt, Pigeon, and Shooter. They are out here at all of these races. Caleb Schrader as well. They are your constants up front in these open wheel races. They're so good. They race with each other every weekend. They know how each other race, and it's always just a ton of fun to watch.
The Wizards of Wings.
The Wizards of Wings.
Trademark. I just trademarked that.
Can we get some t-shirts? We'll make some t-shirts.
Oh, because I get a cut. That's fine.
Oh no, quite. Yeah, you get a big cut. You came up with it. You know, I only get a small cut because I said t-shirts. All right, we're 16 minutes left. I think it's a good time to take our break. When we come back, we will have the rest of this race, and we'll be getting ready for STL, STU, T2, T3, and T4 as well. That's up after this one. We're going to come back after our break. This is Thunderhill Raceway Park and the Western Shootout. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
We're back at Thunderhill. Western Shootout. I keep pausing, Lefty, because I just don't want to say the wrong stuff here because we're so used to doing the Super Tour stuff. This is the Western Shootout, and not part of the official Super Tour here this weekend, just a nice little add-on event with a big trophy. So cool for that. And we're live at Thunderhill Raceway Park, bringing it all to you here. This is our Wings and Things group. Jim Davenport, the one of the folks from this area. Home track is Thunderhill, and he is showing us why he is now our what is it? Oh gosh, probably about half a minute ahead of the next car in P2. And John McIntyre, who was the P2 class leader for the early part of the race, he's now dropped down to third in that class.
Yeah, he's dropped. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he's had a rough lap or so, lap 4, and now the start of lap 5 has gone really off pace for him. So I don't know if he's having an issue there with that car. We'll have to catch up with him a little bit and see. But that has led to Tim Day Jr. now resuming the lead with Mitz. We talked about Mitz kind of trailing behind Day, right behind him. In fact, I'm wondering if maybe he's ahead now, as Mitz just went 3 seconds faster in the second sector alone. So Day and Mitz are in their own little battle right now.
Still waiting for Tim Day Jr. to cross the line, so we have a good idea of how far back he is from the leader. But with the multi-class racing, really, Tim Day Jr. doesn't really care what Jim Davenport's doing. He's worried about the 2 cars, or the 1 car behind him now, Kevin Mitz. That's the best battle for class right now on the track. And that is, last time by, it was 1.9 seconds between Day and Mitz. We'll see what happens when they come by this time.
Nope.
0.2
And then there's
seconds.
this.
Ooh. There they are.
Oh. There's a car, it sounds like it's just off to the turn 16, off right there. It slid just as we switched to this camera, so they're coming up on it. Probably saw the waving yellow, you could see it waving at the bottom of the hill there, and a little bit of brake checkup. Everything seems to be sorted out, but that got a little hairy. We'll see what order they're in, as that's the Formula Mazda, I believe, the FX car of Ertl that was the 1 car in the middle of all that being lapped. But I don't think he was the one that was off track. We'll have to wait and see who that was. I was starting to wonder if it was the prototype of McIntyre, as he may have pulled off somewhere.
Yeah, I was down looking at the scoring monitor when all that happened, so I didn't see any of it.
Or, you know what, it might have been the FE car, the red and white one, belonging to Yeatman, who was running second in FE2, now dropped to 4th. He's running again. We saw him moving, but that is now vaulted Hinton to 2nd and Burt to 3rd in FE2, with Caleb Schrader a pretty good chunk on track ahead.
Things heating up here with 11 minutes to go here in our Western Shootout race here for our Wings and Things. The one thing that's not heating up is the battle at the front, because there isn't one. Jim Davenport was a minute and a half ahead of the second place car, which was a different class. But the next closest car for Davenport is Chris Vian, who is, I mean, way back. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the other timings. No, that's going to take me a second.
Yeah, well, Vian is back there, still in the same lap, and he's out the turning laps. But the other battle is in between those P1s in the P2 form of Tim Day Jr. and Mr. Mitz. Those two are essentially trading sectors, nose to tail out there. Kevin Mitz and Tim Day Jr. having a good little scrap in P2.
Going back to Chris Vian. Yeah, no, Chris Vian is in the 49 car. I believe he is a lap down to Jim Davenport already, or really close to it, because Jim Davenport's turning laps at 2:40 right now, and it was a good ways back here to get to Chris Vian. So we'll know more when he comes by next time, but. Regardless, Jim Davenport's basically having a walk in the park here, but that's not the case for Tim Day Jr.
No, that on the side, that's McIntyre getting lapped by everybody, as I believe Tim Day and Kevin Mitz just went by him down into around that turn 11-12 section, as things are really kind of all mixed up right now. A lot of drivers have just fallen off the pace. We've got that battle that you can see of the FE2 of Tom Burt and the FC of Troy Shooter. They're not in the same class, but they're having a nose-to-tail battle around most of this track as well. That white car there might be Mitz in the P2, who has now lost sight of Tim Day Jr. in the other P2. So that battle's now spread back out. The two coming at us right there. That is the FE2 of Burt, the FC of Shooter.
Right. Well, and Shooter doesn't have to get around Tom Burt at all because they're different classes. But Shooter is looking over his rearview mirrors because Daniel Swanbeck would be the car behind him, and that is a class battle for second place in Formula Continental. So, you know, he'd love to put Shooter, Tom Burt between the two of them. John McIntyre just dropping back through the order, so clearly something wrong with that car would be my guess at this point.
Yeah, would not be surprised to see if he ends up just pulling that one in. He was pretty far off the pace going around that, letting a lot of cars go on by, and that's unfortunate for, like you said, the San Francisco region RE, who had been off to a fantastic start in this race, a great event that he and the region put on here, and that might be him there going down the front straight past our camera, but clearly not on full song.
Want to get out on track and but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day low-pressure fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more.
All right, so McIntyre in P2, Yeatman in the FE2, the red and white car that had been off pace. They have dropped down the order quite a bit, leaving our P1 leader still Davenport, our P2 leader Tim Day Jr., our FE2 leader Caleb Schrader, no doubts among those three. FE2 second place belongs to Pigeon, FE2 third belongs to Burt, and those two are locked in pretty close, about 2 seconds between them, as they're somewhere down in the western loop on the track right now. Probably in the pack of four that's coming around turn 11. Yeah, I think we're picking them up now. There's going to be a gaggle of cars, mixing classes right there coming at us.
Yep, you got your 3 Formula cars and a prototype coming up through there. Is that Chris Vian in that Formula car? Or that prototype, I'm thinking?
It might be. Yeah, that might be Vian in the white prototype. And then you've got Pigeon, Burt, and Shooter. The other 3, I think, are in that order. Although there's a prototype in front of them as well, and that might be McIntyre.
Right. Well, McIntyre looks really racy for a car that's been dropping down.
No, actually, you know what? That's Jim Davenport. That's your race leader who just got around them.
Yeah.
Recognize that black car with the little white or the red panels around his front arrow.
Well, I mean, I gotta tell you, Jim Davenport's been having just an absolutely stellar weekend. He won both the races this weekend of the Super Tour, and now he is in line with just 5 minutes left here to take the 3rd win and sweep the weekend. That's kind of how you want to plan it when you show up on Thursday night to get all of everything. And I actually think he might have the what I call the Super 6 for the weekend, which is pole position each day, race win each day, and fast lap each day. I'm going to get a t-shirt for that one too, by the way, Super 6, because he has been that good all weekend.
He really has. He's just, clearly showing why not only does he have local track knowledge, but also why he's a favorite for the runoffs every single year in P1.
Yeah, no question at all. No question at all. So coming up on 5 to go here, and I'm still keeping an eye on that battle between Tim Day Jr. and Caleb Schrader. Oh, wow. Caleb Schrader in the FE2 car has jumped into 3rd place overall. That's not supposed to happen.
Not normally, no, unless it's in the hands of someone like Caleb Schrader, who's shown he's extremely quick around here and consistently quick.
I don't know if Caleb Schrader's planning to go to the runoffs this year, but if he is, people need to look out, because this kid is driving the wheels off this FE2 car, and I would expect to see him contending throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, he's showing he's got the pace here in that FE car. I was going to look real quick at my notes from last year. I thought he did run the runoffs last year. It might have been in Spec 4. He might have also been there in FE2, but I just can't find those notes.
Well, I can pull that up here real quick if you want to keep talking.
Oh, I can always do that. He did. In fact, he did run Spec 4 last year. And I think he might have been top 5 in the results there if I were to pull that part up. But clearly showing he's got the wheels to do it. Great young driver coming along, and everybody ought to be looking out for him. Those folks in the East Coast who don't get to see him too often, you get to watch him here on these broadcasts because he's quick. And I suspect we'll see him at Portland next week as well. So I believe he's an Oregon region member.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense here as I pull up the results from last year's runoffs here. Computer acting just slightly slow.
But Tim Day Jr. slowed down that last lap, allowing the one we're talking about, Caleb Schrader at FE2, to now go to 2nd overall in this race. But he's about to be lapped by Jim Davenport, who's putting on a show. Yeah. Just went quickest of all in Sector 2. Davenport screaming is just putting on a heck of a show. These two, though, get your cameras out as they're side by side, because right now those two are the class of this field.
So Caleb Schrader was 4th last year at the runoffs, behind some pretty stout talent. Bailey Monette, who is now racing in SRO. Jason Conzo, who just spent the weekend racing at Silverstone in England. And TJ Acker, who is always fast in both FE2 and Spec Racer Ford. So, So very, very good company there. He was 4th last year, and the way he's driving right now, he should be right up there again this year if he chooses to go back out.
Yeah, I suspect he might be at that stage of that career of his, and with the level of prep that he has in the spec classes like FE2 as well as Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, he's a contender in both of those classes.
2 minutes to go. Looking to see where the battles are at this moment in time. It looks like Tim Day Jr. Oh, by the way, Schrader's now in 2nd. Did you mention that?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Oh, jeepers.
But you were looking up stats.
I'm looking up stuff, and he just keeps going to the front and going to the front and going to the front. It's now a 28-second lead for Tim Day Jr., so without any problems, he should be able to wrap up P2 here pretty quick. Blake Pigeon, I got to tell you, though, he's also strong. And Tom Burton, he's worked his way up into 5th and 6th place. So some of these prototype cars dropping down through the field. Yeah, Caleb Schrader should probably not be in front of the P2 cars, but driving the wheels off that thing.
Yeah, he really is. Oh, there's Tim Day trying to get around one of the FC cars coming around through that section. That always makes things a little bit dicey. And here's, I believe that's our FX entry. And I think that might have been Caleb Schrader going around him there through turns 18 and 19. But yeah, at the closing stage of the race, you've got different pace happening for different drivers. Schrader and Davenport continue to clip faster and faster laps, and the other drivers are probably starting to feel a little bit of wear and tear on that car, and they're just trying to get home for the next lap, because there's 55 seconds left on the clock. Next time by that we see Mr. Davenport, I expect there'll be a white flag in the starter's hands.
Yes, absolutely. Whenever that happens.
Any moment now, because Davenport's somewhere in the 3rd sector.
There we go. As we wait patiently. And
by the way, Caleb Schrader was 5th last year at the runoffs in Spec Racer 4. John Black was 3rd. We're going to see those guys a little later on in that race. So, yeah, he can get it done in both. That's impressive.
Yeah. So here comes your white flag. It is out for now Jim Davenport and everyone else in this class. I got to give a shout out to Jim Davenport on this last lap. He was on our podcast to tell us how to do what to do here at Thunderhill. He's obviously was a great choice, by the way. I've got another podcast where the person I invited on to show us how to be fast at the racetrack has done pretty much everything that weekend at the racetrack and at least won one of the races. But much more importantly, Lefty, he gave us restaurant recommendations, and 2 of them, fantastic. We went to Wong's here in Thunderhill and the Airport Cafe. And I actually went to the Airport Cafe twice. It was so good. So that was probably his best advice. Showing people how to be fast around here, important, but where to eat, far more important.
It's critical information. Absolutely critical. So Jim knows his way around a racetrack and apparently around the restaurants as well.
Very good, very good. So he's got about 2 miles left before he can say he is a triple winner here this weekend. We've had a couple of those already, and I suspect that might happen some more. But
Jim's, by the way, Jim's already lapped the entire field. He's the only one that can do 11 plus laps, as everyone else is going to have to stop at 11.
That's great. That's great. Here he comes. Is that? Nope.
Not yet. I think that might be.
I think that's Tim Day.
That might be Tim Day. Yeah, the P2 store
Right.
got that low rear wing.
Right.
That
is Jim Davenport.
A little wider, a little different note underneath the bonnet there.
And again, he's obviously in no rush. You know, he could probably push his car to the finish line from
You
here.
never tell a P1 driver they're in no rush. Those cars only go one speed. That is full rush.
If there weren't a lot of elevation change left, I would say he could push his car to the finish line. But there's a lot of uphill before he's got to get to the downhill to the finish line.
Well, he's willing to push, even considering he's got a lap plus in the bag in the entire field. He did reset fastest sector 1 of the race on this lap. He's about 9/10 off his previous best second sector, which is the longest sector on the track. We'll see if he can nail the last bit and go faster than his 2:38.3 that he just reset on the second to last lap. See if he goes quicker than a 38.3 on his last lap.
I don't know if it's great or insane that a driver who is a lap ahead of the rest of the field turns his best and fastest lap of the weekend or of the day on the last lap. Here he comes again. Is this a new fast lap? No, he was just slightly slower. He was sandbagging on the last lap, 3/10 of a lap slower.
That was his cool down lap.
That was his cool down lap.
What a show though! What show of
so
speed
much
and
so.
skill there for Jim Davenport, and really appreciate listening to the podcast with him this week as well.
Yeah. All right, let's run through the order here. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. Jim Davenport was your race winner. Second place and first overall in FE2 was Caleb Schrader. P2 class winner, Tim Day Jr. He was third overall. Kevin Mitz is your P2 second place car. Second place in FE2, Blake Pigeon finished fifth. Third place in FE2, Tom Burke finished sixth. Your Formula Continental race winner, Troy Shooter, in the 87 car, he finished 7th overall. Your FA Formula Atlantic race winner, Joe Briggs, finished 8th. And then going down to second place in P2, all the way down in 9th place overall. And then your second place car in Formula Continental was Daniel Swanback. Your FX class winner finished 14th. That was John Ertl. That's how it's going to wrap up here for our third race of the day. Still ahead, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T2, T3, and T4. That's next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And it's time for race number 4. Super Touring as opposed to the Super Tour. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T2, T3, and T4. As I've said a couple times this weekend, Lefty, these are our kind of production-based cars as opposed to our production cars. This is as close as we get in the SCCA to driving it off the showroom on Friday and putting it on the racetrack on Saturday.
Yeah, this will be fun. Again, come down to who has experience on the 5-mile loop and who doesn't. May take the ones who haven't had experience a little longer to get acquainted, even with the practice this morning. 5 miles around takes a while to see it more than a couple of times, so they'll still be learning as we go. But this will be fun. We've had some good battles in this field. The STUs are all pretty close. The T2s are very close, although some of those T2s I think are actually A sedan cars rebadged as T2s. In the case of Eagleton and Patenko, I'm pretty sure that's what those are. But we'll see how these things sort out as the race gets underway. Got kind of a limited field. I think there's only 11 or 12 that are actually going to take green here today.
Yeah, so because I don't know exactly which cars are still here and which cars are not, the top 6 cars in qualifying that, if they were here, would be the top 6 cars in this race would be Nathan Pope and Ryan Hazelton would be your front row. Mark Hoover and Wilson Powell would be your second row. And then Ryan Coutil and Tim Auger would be your third row. And then we split start these yesterday, so I'm assuming it's going to happen again this way. All the STU cars are up front and then the touring cars are in the back. And if that's the same case and everyone shows up, we'll have Sean Lovett, Roger Eagleton, Todd Clark would be your, and Izzy Sanchez would be your top 2 rows in the second pack.
Well, we can see the second pack because the front pack has no pace car, which says that there's the Super Tourings are out there, the 7 of them it looks like, and then there's about 5 or so behind the pace car in the Touring, the T2s, T3s, and T4s. Not as many as we had. I don't see Scotty B. White. I don't see Mark Cephalo, as they had a really good T4 battle yesterday between that Mustang and that Miata. But we know we've got the STUs out in front. That'll be a good battle. And as I mentioned, the T2s are pretty exciting to watch here as well between Eagleton and Patenko. They just got done about an hour or 2 ago with their race before lunch. Let's see if they resume that action here after lunch.
Okay, 30-minute races this afternoon. We've got 3 in the books and 4 to go after this. Spec Racer Ford. We're using the short course, the east course, just for the pace lap, so we don't have a 5-mile pace lap. I don't think we need that much warm-up time for these cars. So there's another one of my favorite color schemes of the weekend, mimicking the old Bob Sharp, Paul Newman Nissan color schemes.
Mm-hmm.
One of my best friends runs that color scheme on his Nissan cars as well. He's actually building a T3 or T4 car, so back east.
Well, that one there, I think, is the STU of, I'm trying to see whose STU that
James
is.
Selecta.
It is Selecta, yep. And a 300ZX, probably early 90s or mid-90s 300ZX.
And here they come for the green flag in the first group, which means our second group will get a green flag also. Barreling down towards turn 1, side-by-side-ish up front, side-by-side, a couple rows back as well. Looks like they negotiated that first turn just fine and making everything as good as possible. Here comes our second group through turn 20 off to turn 21. After turn 21, it's a right-hander onto the front straight and about 400 or 500 yards down to that green flag.
Should see it any second now, and there it goes. Probably the background, we'll see the crowd of Super Tourings going up and over the Cyclone there at turn 5 as the Tourings go down and take green flag, and there it is.
And they went side by side through turn 3 up front. The first 2 cars in that group, Hazelton and Pope, they were side by side through turn 3, and I'm not quite sure how that worked out, but it did.
They found a way. Let's see if they sorted it out before they get to the right-hander that leads to the west loop of Thunderhill down here at turn 9. They're coming down. Looks like a little more single file at this stage between Pope, who should be in an S2000, I believe, and Hazelton. One of them's in an S2000, the other one's in a Prelude, I think.
Yeah.
Pope might be in the Prelude, Hazelton might be in the S2000.
So we have 2 timing systems that I look at. One of them has the car colors, which helps. The other one doesn't. But the red car was the one on the outside going through turn 3, holding on for dear life, and somehow managed to make it stick, and was able to take the lead up through the cyclone area.
And I think that's should be the S2000 of Hazelton, I believe. That's what it looks like. Yep. In third place is the BMW of Wilson Powell. And then I think your STL leader behind there should be Ryan Guttiel in an MX-5.
And now they're working a little draft here. I'm not quite sure if the draft works as quite as well in these Super Touring cars as they do in the Mazdas, but in the Miatas. But they're certainly trying. It can't hurt, right?
You can always try. There's always a little bit of draft. Sometimes it's just not as strong, not as big of an impact, and you get a little bit more horsepower that these Super Touring cars have, although sometimes Super Touring L cars are, in fact, just spec Miatas anyway. In this case, these look like they're all actual built for STL or STU.
And we've had a pass for the lead. It looks like Nathan Pope has gotten around Ryan Hazelton there in the camera shot before, and he will try to keep that lead now as they complete the first race lap here. A really nifty little move there, Lefty, to get around and nice and clean, and now they continue moving on through turn 18 and 19.
I've not seen many passes on that section of the track today, and I'm wondering if Hazelton doesn't have the experience on that section that perhaps Nathan Pope does. And Pope took advantage of it and was able to take that lead there. We'll see if Hazelton's got a chance to respond as they get to the maybe more familiar section of the track here, going around the traditional turns 14, 15, or now it's 20, 21 on this configuration. And then they'll look a little battle for STL right behind them there. I think that was Amy Mills and Guttiel, I think. Not sure who the other car, perhaps McCarthy. They were all sort of bunched together.
Pope, Hazelton, Powell, McCarthy. You're right. This is as good a battle as we've had so far today, to have 4 cars racing up front, and then a little more back 4 seconds to Amy Mills. But those first 4 cars are the STU cars. Amy Mills, while she's 4 seconds back, she's an STL car, so she is in her class lead right now.
Yeah, but she's got Auger and Guttiel right on her heels. In fact, I think they were almost side by side when they went past the starter stand. So nothing really sorted. You can see the background, and now in the foreground as they go up on turn 5, that is Pope leading Hazelton, Powell, and McCarthy. And then there's the next group. Mills now back to second. I don't know if that's Auger perhaps in front, Guttiel the third of those 3. So it might be Auger, Mills, Guttiel in the STL group in that order.
So your first group is your STU race. Your second group there is your STL race. We didn't plan it that way, but that's how it's working out, and that'll be nice for you and me, Lefty.
It will be, yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is Tim Auger in the lead of the STLs. He's that green Acura Integra that was, I believe, having some smoke in one of the races yesterday, or maybe it was qualifying yesterday morning. Whatever it was, he and the crew have got it buttoned up, and right now he's got the STL lead just ahead of Amy Mills, and then the third place runner, that would be Ryan Guttiel in an MX-5. And there they are coming down towards turn 10.
So this is one of those rare opportunities where our races within a race are actually all bunched together, racing themselves within the race. And our STU group out front, our STL group second, here they come. And that would be Nathan Pope up front with Ryan Hazelton second. But don't look now, but Wilson Powell is pressuring Hazelton. And then our second group here of the STL cars. And it doesn't look like Hazelton or Powell is able to get around yet, but it looks like maybe Hazelton is a little slower than the cars behind him. Now it looks like there's going to be a pass attempt here going up the hill towards turn 14, and we'll see what happens here when they go through past 15, and I don't even know who's going to be in the lead here. This is all...
Well, Pope there in the prelude might have missed a shift as he came onto that West Course front straightaway. He's dropped back 2 spots. Now he's third in this train, and I think that might be McCarthy that might be in the lead, in fact. I'm going to wait and see. It didn't look like the BMW up in the front, and if that's McCarthy, that would be McCarthy leading Hazelton, Pope, and Powell, I think, in that order. Yeah, he's in, I think, a twin, right?
Yeah, I believe that is the Toyota GR86 there. And if he is leading, I'm going to believe this will might be his first lap led this weekend.
I think so. I think it's been such a stranglehold of Pope and Hazelton to this point. McCarthy, though, taking advantage of whatever was going on. Again, I would not be surprised at all if Hazelton had an issue there, or Pope, in fact, actually, the prelude may have had an issue with a missed shift because he just suddenly slowed as they came on that straightaway, losing positions. And in that scramble, McCarthy took advantage of it. He's out in front. Now, do Hazelton, Pope, and Powell have anything for him?
And going into that last section of corners, Amy Mills was going side by side with Tim Auger, and she is going to retain the lead here, or get back into the lead. She had lost it in the middle of the lap, but somewhere in that 5 miles, well, I know exactly where, going into turn 20, she was able to get back around Tim Auger and take back the lead in STL, and then Ryan Gutschild's right there watching it all happen. He's got the kind of best view of that whole thing going on there. And what a great move by Amy Mills to get back in the fray there.
Yeah, now she's been quick in that section of the track, but she seems to struggle. We'll see where they are as they come up and over turn 5. And at the lead of the field is still McCarthy, and then the rest of the STUs, Hazelton, Pope, and Powell behind. But where is Mills and Auger? And again, look, Auger's ahead of Mills again. So again, somewhere in that turn 2, turn 3, the pass happens again.
Now we'll have to watch to see if she can grab the lead again going through that other later section in the lap where she certainly seems to be much more comfortable. And but don't look, I mean, she's not letting a lot get by. Oh, this is the front group. Look at how Tommy McCarthy has just pulled away from the second place car. That's got to be 3 seconds or so there. And now as we see the STL group come through, Amy Mills in second place, but hanging right in there.
Yeah, remember, she's running both in-spec Miata and as well here in STL in correct cars for those classes, which means she's getting double the track time on what could be, I don't know for sure, a new section of track for her. It just means it speeds up that learning curve for her. She's been really quick in this race in this section of the track, and that may be paying off. We'll see where she is as they come around again, but this is the STU battle up in front. That's Hazelton and now Pope. Pope got by Hazelton earlier in the race for the lead. He's got to do it again now for second as the STL is just cleared through our screen there as well. Still Auger over Mills.
I wonder if this is an example, Lefty, of that Toyota really being able to take advantage of a horsepower advantage by on some of these lot longer straightaways because we've got all this extra track. And that's what's allowing him to pull away because he really wasn't much involved with the discussions.
But here we go.
A pass potentially for second place.
Well, Pope is trying. That's about where he made the pass, I think, on the first lap of the race to get past the S2000. Hazelton not able to make it stick there, but he's going to be trying. So I'm wondering if Pope has got a bit of a pace advantage, if he could just limit the mistakes perhaps he had made earlier when he lost the lead. He needs to get around Hazelton, and he's got to do it soon because McCarthy is flying right now. Look at that. That's got to be 20 car lengths now between McCarthy and the rest of the 3.
Yes, no question at all. And those 3 cars, either I don't know whether if they don't get around him soon and start making up this gap, McCarthy's just going to pull away. His last lap in that Toyota was 3 seconds a lap faster in second place. Now there's a battle again for second place here.
There goes Pope, and Powell looks like he may want to follow Pope right on through in that white BMW behind. He's going to try and also take advantage of this as Hazelton's a bit offline as Pope was able to kind of nestle his way through there. They go by the starter stand. It could be anybody's guess as to what the order will be.
Well, I can tell you what the first place car is going to be, and that's Tom McCarthy. He just knocked off a 3:16 lap, 2 seconds faster than the second place car, and a gap is now 4 seconds between first and second.
Hazelton's not there. Hazelton's not there. The red S2000 disappeared.
Yes, dropping down through the field. Not sure where the problem is for that car, but he keeps dropping down. Eagleton in 8th place is going to move in front of him in just a second.
It looks like perhaps Hazelton may have actually gone into pit in. Not sure if he sensed something going on. That's unfortunate. He was really racing strong through the first 3 laps of this race.
So now McCarthy with a 4-second lead over Nathan Pope. Nathan Pope and Wilson Powell are really going to have to try to figure out how to get this done. McCarthy is just flat out checking out.
It really is. I'm not sure where this pace was for a couple of days, but he's found it today to be pulling away sector by sector. Now the STL is getting tight again as Amy Mills seems to have gotten a little bit closer to Auger. But again, they keep swapping positions. I can't even keep track of who's ahead until I see them on the camera.
Right, so Auger is back in front with Mills in second. Here's the good part, though, about this is it doesn't matter who is going through turn 3, 4, and 5 in first. It matters who's going across the start-finish line in first. And at the moment, Amy Mills has got that part figured out.
That's good news for her if she can keep doing that throughout this race. It is, like you say, you can swap positions all you want. The key one you need to have is off the last corner. Can you be ahead before the first corner? That's critical here. But it's a great race to watch. It's these two cars. Again, you've got the Acura Integra front drive of Auger and Amy Mills, of course, the rear drive Miata. Very different strengths to those cars, showing their different strengths in different parts of the track.
18 minutes to go here, and this has been a barn burner. Two classes that we're watching closely here, STU and STL, and they are putting on a heck of a show. And part of that show is Tommy McCarthy, who's just walking away. Looking at a little further into the field, Roger Eagleton is your first place car in T2. Sean Lovett, your first place car in T3. Second place in T2 is Mikhail Butenko. James Schlechter is a little further back. That's an STU car. And your T4 class leader right now is Ben French, who it seems to have a huge following on our chat. Right now, he is leading leading T4.
Yeah, well, we saw him late in the race move up a couple of spots and spec me out just a bit ago. Now he's out there in T4. And right now, he's the only one running T4, but I'm sure he's getting very familiar with this long 5-mile layout here at Thunderhill. Oh, look at this wave of pass per second as the third place Powell in that BMW is now going to go up alongside Pope as they head down to turn 20.
It feels a little bit to me like these two cars at second and third have decided there's probably no way for us to catch first place at this point, even with 16 minutes to go. And the only way that might happen is if the 123 car has an issue, and they're figuring that's their one shot, so they're just going to keep doing their thing. And they're far enough ahead of the fourth place car in STU, they can just battle it out now for the rest of this race.
Well, that's what they're doing, as Powell just took over second place from Pope. They're down the front straightaway. We'll see if they go through turn 1 and turn 2, if they're still there. And Amy Mills again gets the head ahead of Auger going into turn 1. And I fully suspect we'll see the green Acura back in front of her by the time we get to 5. We'll just keep swapping spots for the next, 16 minutes.
So the green Acura is winning the race through turn 2. That's where he's getting the job done. And Amy Mills seems content at the moment to not really push hard, to not let him pass. You know, it might be smart for her to just stay in second place for several laps here, because that pushing as hard as she is to get around every single lap at the start-finish line is going to be harder on the tires and all of that. And it might be smarter just to let this happen for a couple of laps and then be ready for the final laps of the race. She knows she can get the job done. Why keep pushing that?
Well, there's another thought to that is she's in the rear drive, very lightweight Mazda MX-5 Miata up against a front drive Acura Integra. I might think even strategically is to continue to force that Integra to work harder and harder. Those front tires are going to take a beating, and maybe in 15 more minutes, there isn't much front tire left. Might even make it easier for Amy to have the lead at the end of this race if the other car has no tires left under it.
A reading from the book of Lefty on how to crew chief a car right there. I like that. No, absolutely well thought process there. And we will watch to see how that works out. The gap from first to second in STU didn't gain much on that one. Tommy McCarthy is either slowing down a bit or Wilson Powell speeding up a bit. It stayed at about 4 seconds that lap. Sean Lovett just turned his best lap of the session in a T3 car, a 3:14 lap, and he did that on lap number 2. He's in 8th place right now. So that's a pretty quick lap, a 3:14.
Yeah, he's moving pretty well around there, keeping pace with the T2 of Eagleton in front of him. And so those two kind of have their own little route, little pathway going on out there. They're catching up, though, I think, a little bit to the STL battle.
14 minutes left in this race. Time to take our break. You're watching the Western Shootout here from Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be back for the finish of this one. Stay with us.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Western Shootout. This is our fourth race of the day. Next one up, folks, will be a good one too. Spec Racer Ford. Don't go away for that. 12 minutes to go. This one's far from over though, Lefty.
It's definitely nowhere close to being over yet as the battle for second in STU continues to wage between Powell and Pope, the lead in STL between Mills and Auger, and now the T2 leader has decided to just, play a part of that STL battle as he's right in the middle of them, trying to get on his way through. That would be Roger Eagleton in his Mustang. So right in the middle of the Acura Integra and the Mazda Miata of Auger and Mills. So why not just mix it up a little bit on a great day at the racetrack? And there he is pulling ahead of them now as I think he's made his way through. And then you've got Mills now has dropped back. She's behind the T3 of Sean Lovett, who's in that BMW. So I don't know if Amy had a bit of an issue there with the cars coming through the passing sequence, but she seems to have lost pace with the front of STL, her rival there in Tim Auger.
11 minutes and 15 seconds left. 7-second lead for Tommy McCarthy. He has certainly figured out how this racetrack is supposed to work compared to what we had the earlier races yesterday. McCarthy finished. Where did he finish yesterday?
I'm not sure
I don't think he was here yesterday. He might be a large track, ringer here, like a road course ringer in NASCAR. He's like, I'm not going to come out and do that racing because I know this track really well. But I would have wondered where he would have been yesterday if he would have been here for the Super Tour.
Yeah, he's demonstrating his prowess around this place for sure by pulling out to that 7-second lead out front and continuing to just pull away from the battle behind him of Pope and Powell.
Looks like now Tim Auger has managed, with all of the traffic and everything that happened here, he's going to come across the line this time with probably a 3 or 4 second lead over Amy Mills. And it did look like one of them either negotiated it really well or the other one didn't negotiate it well at all, or maybe a little bit of both. But the bigger gap here, that was a lot of fun to watch while it lasted. The question will be, can Amy Mills get back in touch with the rear bumper of Tim Auger to have some more fun before this race is over in 9 minutes and 50 seconds?
Yeah, I think Amy may have been caught out with the T2 car, Eagleton making his way on through, as well as Lovett in the T3 car, kind of mixing it up in between there, and that may have pushed Amy a little bit off her lines in a couple spots. So those T2s and T3 of Eagleton and Lovett are in between the Auger and Mills. Now I think they've cleared them, so Auger and Mills are back to being consecutive on the track. But a bit of that damage is done. It is about 3 seconds between them as they come across. Mills a little quicker in the third sector of the lap, so that's a positive sign. But with 9 minutes to go, she needs to start putting together quality laps, quality corners, one after another to see if she can catch back up there, close at 3 seconds. It is possible on a 5-minute lap and in 9 minutes or 5-mile lap in 9 minutes to go to make up some ground, but she's going to have to probably hit some pretty solid laps to do it.
Well, and she's being pressured now by Mikhail Butenko in that T2 car, and it sounds like he's already gotten past. Which, if she can keep on his rear bumper, she can use a little draft off of him to try to pull back to get to Tim Auger. But we'll have to see what happens there. Also, keep an eye on Wilson Powell. He's cut 3 seconds off the lead of Tommy McCarthy. That time his lap was a 3:15. Tommy McCarthy only ran a 3:18. So that was a pretty substantial move there. Best lap of the race for Powell.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do to get back into this, and Pope seems to have lost sight a little bit there, although both Pope and McCarthy were then quicker on the subsequent first sector than Powell in between. So whatever happened there, Powell found an extra gear. McCarthy and Pope had slowed a little bit, but maybe things will start to come back together. This is you're kind of running out of time. If you're going to think about closing up 4 seconds, you kind of got to do it now. You may only get about 3 or 4 laps left in this race.
That's exactly true, because our lap times here are running around 3:18, 3:19, 3:15, and doing that math, I'm gonna trust you on that one, Lefty, because I've already proven this weekend a couple times that you got me sound on that one. But
it may only be 2 laps after they finish this one. That's how close this is going to be to being done. So not much time if you're trying to make up ground.
Absolutely. Right now, your top 10, McCarthy, Powell, Pope, Eagleton, and Lovett. That's your top 5. Then you've got Tim Auger, Amy Mills, Mikhail Butenko, Ryan Gutiel, and James Schlechter. That's what it looks like with 7.5 minutes to go here. Our next race up is Spec Racer 4. That should be very interesting on this long track as well, so stay with us for that, definitely.
Yeah, as always, I'm looking forward to that one. We had such a great battle in both the Friday and the Saturday races between Caleb Schrader and John Black. I'm hoping John, we know Caleb's already here, I'm hoping John is as well, because if they can fire that battle back up, that'll be an entertaining 30-minute race.
If you like what you see here today, become part of all the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Our producer is telling us maybe 3 to go here when they come by.
Yeah, at less than 3:20 a lap with over almost 7 minutes when they came across. Yeah, that's probably very likely, which is good news if you're Powell and Pope running second and third. The bad news is McCarthy continues to clip around here about a 3:17, which means you got to be doing about a 3:14 if you think you have a chance to catch him in 3 laps.
Well, and the best news of all is the camera at start-finish that we just had up. Yesterday there was hail on the ground on that camera, none of that today. So I don't know if you folks were with us yesterday and didn't see the weather on that we had for yesterday. I posted it up on the SCCA official members Facebook page with a link that takes you right to the worst of the storm. And take a look at it. You'll be glad you weren't here for that moment of the weekend. The rest of the weekend's been a lot of fun, but that hour or 2 was quite the character building time out here. Lots of damaged canopies and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, pretty tense moment there for everybody in the paddock, trying to secure everything, gather things, and stay out of harm's way for what was probably about an hour of wind and hail and lightning and everything else. That was pretty nasty, not something you'd expect here at this part of the country this time of year. But we got all the way through, got races in yesterday afternoon, and today looks like nothing had happened. It's just an absolutely picture-perfect postcard day here in at Thunderhill.
Yeah, definitely Chamber of Commerce weather today. Tommy McCarthy's opened up a couple more seconds here. It's now a 5.3 second lead.
As Butenko now has gotten through both of the STL competitors. Now Auger and Mills again are in sequence on track, and Amy Mills gather something here and try to catch back up to Tim Auger in the next 2+ laps.
4:25 left on the clock. Looking down, your T4 leader is Ben French. Your T2 leader is Roger Eagleton. And that I guess those are our 4 classes. Never mind. I thought we had one more for some reason.
Well, you know, get the T2 cars that look a lot like A sedan cars
That's
out
true.
there in the hands of Eagleton
Maybe that's
and
what my
Matenko.
problem is. Oh, there's a pass there. I think that's a slower car being passed by one of those, one of the leaders there.
Yeah, that would be both Powell in the BMW and Pope in the Prelude.
Right.
Going around, might have been French in the Miata.
Could have been. Yep, yep.
There's your leader, McCarthy, coming around for what does appear to be 2 laps remaining for him. He's going to get the benefit of the clock probably having about maybe 10, 15 seconds on it when he comes around the next time. So he's going to get all the exposure here of this beautiful 5-mile loop here at Thunderhill.
You know, it is interesting here. I'm seeing a lot of cars late in these races going green, which means they're learning this track really fast, or at least learning the track lap by lap. And it's really been cool to watch some of these cars turn their fast laps late in these races.
Yeah, you're never done learning, that's for sure. On a 5-mile track, it's going to take more than a handful to figure out the nuances, especially if you see the elevation changes, the camber changes of this place. I would still be going probably a second a lap faster at the end of a race, and I would still be 15 seconds behind the leaders. But if I were to try and learn this place, this is a lot of track to learn and master, which just shows you someone like McCarthy who jumps in here, who we don't think raced the last 2 days. I suspect he has seen this 5-mile loop before because he's really demonstrating some experience around this place with his speed.
Yeah, you know, this track, the only thing it doesn't have is a tunnel and a loop-to-loop. I mean, it throws everything at you. It's got some elevation, it's got some off camber, it's long, you know, and it's got some really narrow passages. It's got a whole lot of features that, especially in the 5-mile version here, that really make it intriguing.
We've got a battle in our hands for second place in STU. Powell in the BMW and Pope in the Prelude. Prelude in that Pope in the Prelude has definitely closed the gap. He was about 3-4 seconds back earlier. Now he's looks like within a second. They were almost nose to tail, in fact, as they were going through the Turn 5 Cyclone earlier in this lap, but that's not decided yet. The podium is not fixed yet at STU, and there they are. There's the white BMW of Powell, the black Prelude of Pope, and again, as strengths of those two cars come in different places, let's see who's got the strength coming off the last corner to see who gets to the timing straight first. Is there an opportunity for Pope to stick down the inside and maybe take a second spot?
1 minute, 26 seconds to go. That's Tommy McCarthy right there going through the other tracks start-finish line. So next time by, he should get the white flag here.
Remember, I believe it was Pope that was actually the pole sitter for this race. In that Prelude, did lead a little bit at some point, lost about 3 positions. He's gotten himself one of those. He was able to get back with the whatever happened to Hazelton's S2000, but Pope really wants to get back into second spot. And you can see him. He's just about 2-3 car lengths now behind Powell as they come around through 18 and now into 19. If he can get a run, I suspect he's got some pretty good power in that Honda. If he can get a run, maybe he can find down the inside as they come down the back straight towards turn 20.
All right, once Tommy McCarthy comes around turn 22 or 20 and 21 here, he will come down for the white flag with a 6-second lead. All he has to do is keep the car straight and narrow, and he will win this race here at Thunderhill. Here he comes across the line, 5 miles to go for him to take home a checkered flag. He's not going to win the Western Shootout trophy because he was only here for today. He wasn't here for the rest of the weekend. But nonetheless, an impressive showing here for Tommy McCarthy as he pushes around for the final time here.
Yeah, he's really just been flawless. He was patient the first couple of laps as Hazelton and Powell and Pope were sort of jockeying for the lead. And McCarthy was just sitting back and watching. And somewhere around that end of lap 2, he found an extra gear that no one had an answer for. And right now, like you said, he's probably about 2.5-3 miles from seeing checker, and doesn't see anybody behind him, although the 2 behind him did gain a couple of seconds the last time around, about 2 seconds. And there they are now coming down out of turn 5 into 6. That's a good battle, but McCarthy can't quite go to cruise control because the 2 behind him they're moving, and maybe side by side as they come around turn 6.
They should come into our view here in just a second. Not quite side by side, but definitely nose to tail.
Pope's trying. He's going to try and force Powell. That's a side-by-side. And a bit of lockup, it looked like, for Powell in the BMW.
Absolutely. Was he able to collect that up and get back on the racetrack or not lead? Well, they're still nose to tail as they come over that hill
That's a Honda leading now. That is Pope in front of Powell. Now, does Powell have an answer? That was an aggressive pass by Pope around the outside there.
It was, and did Pope mess up his tires, locking them up like that to make it difficult here for the last half of this lap? We'll know here in just a few seconds. There's Tommy McCarthy. Pope's pulling away right now from Wilson Powell. It looks like maybe Powell was just a little bit slower, and once Pope got around, he has the horses to get this thing done, at least to take the second spot on the podium. Neither one of them are going to catch McCarthy unless McCarthy has a problem, as he motors on now towards what will be an eventual checkered flag here in about a mile and a half.
Yeah, what a pass, though. What a bit of a daring pass. But it looked like the last couple laps, he knew he was faster through that section for Pope than over Powell, and he took that advantage and said, this is my best opportunity. Ducked down the outside and then was able to make the pass. And right now, he's got about 2 more corners to go. Little wiggle here, a couple of more wiggles, and we'll get to the back straight, and then it'll be just one on the brakes. So once on the gas, and then we'll be down the front straight to see who can take second, as your leader McCarthy continues to just be the class of the field here in STU.
Yeah, sometimes on the last lap, you just got to chuck it in there and say, Jesus, take the wheel, and that's exactly what he did. And he was able to come through, even with the big lockup in front, and then just keep going. But it does look like that Wilson Powell's trying to work it again. What a great run off of that corner for Powell, and it puts him right back on the rear bumper of Nathan Pope. Here they come to the final 2 corners here. So far, Pope keeps the lead. Will Powell have a little bit more grip after that lockup? We'll know in just a few seconds.
Defensive line for Pope under brakes going into turn 20 seemed to work for him. So a little bit of weaving going down the front straight. Who's got the legs to see the checker?
Wow.
That was Powell.
Where's Tommy McCarthy?
I don't know.
Where's Tommy McCarthy? He was our race leader.
Timing didn't trip him.
I didn't see him go across the line. He wasn't that far ahead.
He came into the pits. With 1 straightaway to go, he came in the pits. I don't know what happened there, but that means that was the pass for the lead. The BMW of Powell is going to win this race and win STU. Wilson Powell takes the win just ahead of Nathan Pope.
So this could be one of those gentleman moves, because he knows that Wilson Powell and Nathan Pope are vying for a Western Shootout that he wasn't eligible for. So I have a suspicion, Paul Newman used to do this all the time. He'd come to Lime Rock for a GT1 race, dominate the whole race, and then pull it on the final lap, because he wasn't racing for a championship. This could be one of those gentleman moves where he knew that winning this race was going to have a big effect on this Western Shootout, which Nathan Pope and Wilson Powell stuck around for. I would be really curious to find out what that situation was, and when I get some word from down in pit lane, I will work to find out for you. But I suspect that might be what happened here.
Yeah, just did not expect that, but if it was, hats off to McCarthy for doing that. Really ran a great race, and if he decided to let Powell and Pope have the shootout around the last corner to see who would take it, drama played out exactly that way. As Wilson Powell, what a great move. I didn't think he was going to have the legs to make the pass. By the time they got to the starter stand, he did, just ahead of Nathan Pope. The gap at the line, 3/10. It didn't even look like that much, but unbelievable race between those two.
Well, all of that was happening. Roger Eagleton finished first in T2. Sean Lovett took the T3 win. Your second place car in T2 was Mikhail Butenko. Your STL, that battle we watched pretty much most of the race, Tim Auger is your first place car. Your second place car on the podium, Amy Mills and Ryan Gutiel will take the third spot on the podium. And then Ben French, your T4 race winner. That's how it ended here at Thunderhill. That was your STL, STU, T2, T3, and T4 race. Up next, Spec Racer Ford. Stay with us. That's going to be where we do in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park. Western Shootout time, race number 5. Well, that last one was a whole lot of fun there, Lefty. Lefty has left me. That's okay. We'll get us started. These are the Spec Racer Fords going out next. Not sure exactly which of the cars continue with us this weekend, but if everyone was here, your top 6 cars, your top 3 rows here for this start would be John Black and Caleb Schrader in the front row, Hayden Fisher and Todd Harris in the second row, and Daryl Anderson and Henry Tabor in the third row. We're going a little deeper in there. We've got Sean O'Boyle and Joe Koo, followed by Graham Wood and Brendan Lewis. So that could be your top 5 rows here at Thunderhill. The reason I say that is because on this third race of the weekend, we have had some drivers opt out of this race. So it's hard to tell exactly, but that would be the grid if everyone was here. We're doing 30-minute races at the moment. That's what we're doing. 30-minute races. And we are flying right through these. We've got 3 to go here for the race weekend. After this is our B-Spec and EF and H production group and GT Lights. So, and then our last race of the day, Formula F and Formula V. There were 10 Formula Vs here yesterday. I'm hoping most of them have stuck around today because that could be a whole lot of fun here as well. Here comes our Spec Racer Fords through the Cyclone area, which I've been calling wrong all weekend. Apparently the flag station up there is called the Crow's Nest. I've been calling the corner the Crow's Nest, but the actual corner is called the Cyclone. And if you've not been here before, it has got to be a 4-story drop from the top of that hill down to the exit there, which is turn number 6 that they're going into. It is just remarkable. The TV cameras make it look impressive, but it's even more impressive here when you're in person to look at it. So we're taking a short pace lap here for today because the pace lap, if it were all 5 miles, would take about as much time as the entire race. But so we're using the short course, the east course, for just the pace lap, and then when they take the green, they'll be on all 5 miles of this course. You can see them cutting right there through the cones to make that shorter pace lap here. It does look like we've got about maybe 12, 13 cars out there right now. We had 18 or we had 19 yesterday, so we'll know who stuck around here in just a few seconds here. So far today, weather's been really great, beautiful sunny skies. We do have some dark clouds out there, but they have kind of stayed away and missed us for the most part. And there was just the teeniest percentage of possibility of precipitation today. We're really crossing our fingers and toes that we can keep away from that problem. Coming out of turn 18 and 19, they're going to head up onto the back straight here. And there'll be 2 corners to go before they get to the start of this race. It does look to me like that is the John Black and Caleb Schrader up at the front there. I tell you, Caleb Schrader probably wishes it wasn't John Black, although they're good friends and they've been instructor and student. But John Black has had Caleb Schrader's number all weekend long. If he didn't race in this group, he would be the favorite here. If he is here, if John Black is here, he would be the favorite for, those 2 would be the favorites. They were the class of the fields on Saturday and Friday. So get ready for the green flag here. Here comes our Spec Racer Fords down to the start-finish line, side by side. 3 wide now in about the 5th row. You can see it right there. Here they go through turn 1. Are they going to all be able to negotiate this just fine? We're looking here. So far, all of them sticking to the racetrack and heading down towards turn 2.
I don't see John Black anywhere in this field.
I don't either.
That'd be a bit disappointing, but if it is, yeah, he wasn't in the practice this morning, so it doesn't sound like he's stuck around for today. It's unfortunate, but that means that Schrader's going to have his hands full with all the rest of the Spec Ford field. 19 cars, at least, maybe 18 have taken the green today. Yep. So it's still a pretty big field here for us.
And don't tell Hayden Fisher that Caleb Schrader is the favorite, because Hayden Fisher has gone out to an early lead here with Caleb Schrader right behind. So Hayden Fisher's like, don't tell me about that. I can do it too.
Yep, Hayden's right there in the mix. And yesterday, Fisher was 4th in that race in a pretty good battle with the 3rd place finisher there, Taylor Harris. So this could be interesting here should Fisher really give a run to Caleb Schrader for the overall.
Well, and I believe Hayden Fisher was the 3rd place car yesterday, so obviously he's got some speed, and him and Todd Harris and Daryl Anderson were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars. Tom Burt's also fast in this group as well, so I would expect him to be a big part of this discussion here at some point in time.
There's a little bit of gap now forming at the front. I think that lead car is Caleb Schrader. I think that's his mostly red spec Ford. I think the white car there behind him may be the 14 of Fisher.
So this is the main straight on the west course here. We've basically combined 2 courses to make up this 5-mile track. That's the start-finish line for the other course. And Hayden Fisher, he's opened a pretty good gap over Caleb Schrader there.
I think that might be Schrader out in front, Fisher in 2nd. I think when they came across the timing stripe, they were side by side, but I think the red car might be Schrader in the lead.
Maybe I got the colors wrong. I could have sworn, well,
based on sector times, Schrader
right.
did about 2 seconds through sector 2 quicker than Fisher, so he gets him out in front. But that doesn't mean anything. They've got to keep going around this place. We've got to get across the timing stripe to see where they really are according to timing and scoring. But in the back there, look at a little bit of pass there for 5th. Not sure who that is, but those two now are side by side down the back straight.
all right, your leader is coming on to the front straight here to end the first race lap here. Here they come across the timing stripe.
I think that was Booth and Anderson for 5th. They're so close together. And then the rest are all just sort of a second between them at the most. And a good little pack there for about 12th or 13th, I think. There was a good gaggle through there, possibly Lewis, Apples, and Ricketts.
So Schrader walking away would be kind of the way this whole weekend's worked. So I'm not at all surprised that that's what's going on here. Hayden Fisher is going to do his best to try to hang on, but he's already got a 2.6 second lead after just one lap. So, the 3:10 was his fast time as well. So that is a really good lap around here.
Yeah, and he's obviously already been out here before. I'm assuming what we know he was out here earlier today in his FE2, where he ended up second overall in that race, just behind the P1 car at Devonport.
Right.
So Caleb showing his speed here and really trying to put himself off in the distance and be nothing more than a spec for the rest of the spec Fords to go chase after. But that battle for 5th continues to wage on between, I think it's Booth and Anderson, are just nose to tail there in the 57 and the 81. The battle for 5th or battle for 6th, but it's awfully close.
It is. It is. That is, looking at the timing chart, that does make sense because there was a very close gap there, just 0.2 of a second when they came across the line. So that would be a fairly good guess if that's what that is, looking at the timing charts. But those four cars are still pretty close to each other as well, all four of those.
Yeah, that whole front 6 there haven't quite fully spread out yet, but the battle for 5th seems to be the best one on the track, and there's a couple other battles forming, and there's a good little group of 4 running now down through turn 11 as they make their way towards, there you go, the West Course front straightaway. Let's see if the 6th place of Anderson's got anything for Booth in 5th, as there they are, the white and silver, or white and gray spec Fords that went through the shot, with O'Boyle chasing them down. He's in 7th.
And then you got a nice little group here together, 4 cars and a pass being made. And that looks like it's probably the race down there for 12th, 13th, and 14th. That is the fun part of Spec Racer Ford. Always somebody to race with out here, whether you're racing for the lead or whether you're racing for 10th place. And you can find a place to have fun no matter where you are in the field.
Yeah, and that seems to be what's going on. Is somebody's found their travel buddy, so to speak.
Right.
In fact, it looks like Anderson in 6th may be looking to either push Booth along to try and catch up with Burt in 4th, or maybe looking to make a pass going down into turn 20.
You know, and if they keep it clean, and they often do, when they get to impound after the race, your leader will be happy for winning, but the guys who are with part of that pack, they're going to be high-fiving and having just as good a time as the guys who won the race.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of folks. That's why you do this is, it's not for the $5 plastic trophy for the win, although the glory is nice. It's for that excitement. It's for that adrenaline rush of being out there side by side, nose to tail with your competitors.
Caleb Schrader extends his lead again. This time it is now 4 seconds over Hayden Fisher with a 3:08.8. Hayden Fisher also, well, let's just look at this. Hayden Fisher, Joe Koo, Tom Burt, Bill Booth, Daryl Anderson. Oh wait, the entire race just ran their best race lap.
Yeah, they're all now, and that's the way these Spec Ford Spec tires work. Is they need a couple laps to build that heat, even on a nice, warm, sunny day where the track temps are up. You got to get the tire temps up as well, and then you've got everybody learning this configuration. They got a chance to practice in it this morning, but this is your chance to go out there, actual race laps side by side with folks, and get a feel for it. And that's what happens. You start turning quick laps. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again here on lap number 3.
Yeah, but I would expect at least one car to have a brake lockup, and not have their fastest lap on 18. To have every single one of them go green or purple is pretty cool. You would think out of 18 cars, one guy would have gotten one corner wrong, That's pretty great.
Top to bottom quality driving.
There you go. 21 minutes to go here. Up next for us is B-Spec and our production cars and GT Lights. And then we'll get to end our day with Formula F and Formula V. This is the Western Shootout. It's a combination of 3 races, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You get points for all 3 races, and whoever ends up with the most points is going to take home a pretty big trophy here. So this little group of 4 here is having a blast coming through here. I'm pretty certain that group is... Hold on. My other timing screen here.
Maybe Handwood, Lewis, Apples.
That's exactly what it's like. Handwood, Lewis, and Apples, I believe, is that group there, and they are having a great battle for 11th place. There is your leader, Caleb Schrader, going through there first. Got himself a pretty. No, actually, that wasn't. That's a little. That's the mid pack there, and there is that group we were just talking about.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on the rest of the field because, Hayden Fisher is running a really good race in second. If it wasn't for Schrader out there doing 3:08s,
right.
Fisher's doing his own job there of almost 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else currently on track. So great job there securing the second spot, letting everyone else back have to fight for their own scraps.
That was that 67 car, Sean O'Boyle. That was the first car through, and now this big group here that we've been talking about. That group just keeps getting bigger and bigger lap after lap, I think. It's kind of crazy.
They've since found each other. And, sometimes in a train, you're faster than by yourself. So if you don't have a drafting buddy, trust us, somebody will come find you and make a drafting pack out of you.
That's right. Schrader now a 7-second lead over Hayden Fisher, just continuing to turn laps 2 and 3 seconds a lap faster than the second-place car. In that particular lap, he went purple in every segment, every sector.
Yes, that's the definition of stranglehold on the race, that no one else can touch even a sector of what Caleb Schrader is doing right now. Just very impressive. There he is, super smooth, coming down the hill through turn 6. Just beautiful stuff right now of the demonstration he's putting on. But Hayden Fisher doing a great job. Look at Hayden right there all alone. No one even in sight until you get the battle for third of Joe Koo. And in fourth there is Tom Burt. And then you got the Booth-Anderson battle for 5th and 6th behind them. So there's a couple of good battles going on, but the top 2 in their own way are really pulling away from the field.
So is it more fun to run away like this, or would it have been more fun to have Jack Black to fight with for Caleb Schrader?
You know, at a Super Tour or even just a regional like the Western Shootout. Oh, we got somebody off in the background coming around 8. I don't know who that was, if that was part of that second train there of that O'Boyle, Holt, Solar perhaps group. We'll have to wait and see who that was. They're back on and moving again.
Oh, and that's the 75 car, I believe, the yellow car that was just about to get around him. That 75 car was Bruce Richardson. If that is the case, that car dropped way back in the running order with whatever that little moment was. We'll keep an eye when they come across the line to see which of the drivers starts falling back.
Yeah, we'll see who that may have been, who doesn't trip a second time as quickly as the others. But go back to your question about would I rather be in the battle like that Caleb had yesterday with John Black, or be pulling away like this? If it's the runoffs, I'd much rather be pulling away like this.
Sure.
Any other race of the year, I think a scrap battle with someone like John Black would be preferred.
That's right. That's right. But I'll tell you one thing, when Caleb Schrader gets to the runoffs, if he does go, it's those battles with John Black at the last 2 races that are going to really get him the confidence he needs to go and run hard at the runoffs and run back up front like he did last year. That could be the type of battle that gets you the confidence you need to go from a 3rd or 4th place finish to a runoffs championship.
Yeah, those are exactly the skills you get. Those are the moments you kind of hang on to and say, this is something I got to remember how to really dice it up with a perennial national champion like a John Black. So when you're running against the rest of the field, like Frankie Fertrell, who I'm sure he runs against here on the West Coast as well, but then you get the East Coasters like Bobby Sack and some of those others. It's amazingly fast drivers at the front of the field at the national level in Spec Ford, but getting the chance to run against a Fertrell or a John Black at your regional and your Super Tour races builds that resume, builds that experience that you then get to use when you get to the big dance of 70 cars at VIR.
You know, Caleb Schrader is really disappointing me. He was 1/10 of a second slower on this lap than he was the lap before. He's just definitely sandbagging it there, Lefty.
Off his pace, are you saying?
Off his pace, exactly. Then he goes, but he was purple in Sector 1, so let's give him that.
At least he's got that.
There you go. There you go. By the way, hashtag sarcasm. So just in case anybody's wondering if I've fallen off my rocker, I may have fallen off my rocker, but that was sarcasm.
Well, it looks like Tom Burt has lost a couple of positions here as he was running up, I think, in 4th ahead of that Anderson and Booth battle that's going on. It was a 5th place battle. Burt now drops back, so that may have been the car that had the off and back on.
Right.
But Joku is still in 3rd, and then it's Anderson 4th, Booth and O'Boyle now 5th and 6th. Then you finally get to Burt trying to chase down Holt. So Judson Holt now up to 7th with Tom Burt now in 8th.
Coming up on 16 minutes to go. Let's take our break and we'll come back and we'll hopefully have green flag action all the way to the finish. You're watching the Western Shootout here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Don't go away. We're back in just about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
We are back at Thunderhill Raceway Park Western Shootout, the third race of the weekend here. This is kind of a 3-points race. Look at this battle, Lefty. Those cars went side by side through turn 21, side by side, pretty much going through turn 1 now, or at least real close to each other. Then right behind them here, Lefty, is another group of 5 cars, all battling it out.
Yeah, I think that first battle may have been the battle for 7th, which now includes Judson Holt, Tom Burt, and then the 9th place car, John Solner. And then the next battle you saw there, that looked like Brandon Lewis, Jerry Apples, and possibly Eric Hand, with right behind them Graham Wood and who is it, Jim Ricketts. So yeah, a couple of great sequences there of the group of 3 followed by a group of 5 trying to sort this thing out. This is some close racing.
Well, and you've got the leader, Caleb Schrader, 14 seconds out front of Hayden Fisher, and then another little gap back to Joe Koo. But those 3 cars, even though there's these big laps, definitely the fastest cars here without any issue. Lap times 3:10s and 3:07s, and then you look at some of these other groups who are running fast laps for themselves are in the 3:13s to 3:15-16 ranges. So even though they're not having an easy time keeping up with Schrader up front, Hayden and Fisher and Koo are really doing a great job here.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to solidify their podium positions here in this field, with Schrader just kind of pulling away. But if you can pull down a podium in a class of, we've got almost 20 of these cars out here today, that's a solid performance, and that's what those 2 are trying to do. Meanwhile, the battle outside of the podium still wages on between Daryl Anderson and Bill Booth. That is the number 81 and the number 57, the white car and the gray car, still nose to tail as they've been since the green flag dropped 5 laps ago.
11 minutes to go here, and we are just pushing right along here through our day with this Spec Racer Ford race. Don't go away. Coming up next is B-Spec, E Production, F Production, H Production, and GTL. And then our final race of the day is Formula F and Formula V. And Caleb Schrader just goes purple in Sector 2. And then Hayden Fisher went best lap for them in Sector 2 as well. And Daryl Anderson, let's not count him out. He's not too far back from Joe Koo. He could still try to get to 3rd place on this podium.
Well, if Anderson gets there, he's going to be bringing Bill Booth with him, because I think the 2 of them are still about a half a second apart, pretty much nose to tail throughout every single lap. So both of them thinking maybe they can sniff an outside chance at a podium should Schrader, Fisher, or Joe Koo have any mistakes in front. And I think that's the battle possibly right there. That's the 57 and the 81.
Well, 81 is Daryl Anderson. Maybe 57 is a slow car?
No, that's Booth in 5th.
Okay.
Yeah, he's dropped back just a little bit that lap.
Sure.
Lost a couple of tenths, and now about 1 second behind Daryl Anderson, but still within striking distance to be able to fight for that position as they've been fighting. Maybe just taking a bit of a breather lap here before he closes back up on Anderson and makes another charge.
Want to get out on track, but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day low-pressure fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightamerica.com to learn more. And next up for us on the Super Tour coverage is going to be next weekend in Portland. A lot of these cars heading up north for the last West Coast Super Tour of the year. We've got that next weekend, racing on Saturday and Sunday. And then don't go away, a couple of weeks later, we'll be at Watkins Glen, another one of the fun stops here on the Super Tour. And then, of course, we round it out at the end of June, Lefty, on my birthday. Road America at the June Sprints is the final Super Tour of 2023.
Yeah, a couple of my favorite tracks there. Obviously, I think Thunderhill's growing on me now. I may have to add that to my list. People say, what's your favorite tracks? As an announcer and a broadcaster and watching these races, Thunderhill might be up there. But the Glen and Road America is just two absolute pillars of road racing in North America, are just two of my absolute favorites anywhere in the world.
I have a Super 6, and Watkins Glen, Road America are on that list. And it used to be the Super 5. It used to be Watkins Glen, Road America, Sebring. And then, of course, we've got Mid-Ohio and VIR. Laguna Seca. And then I've added Coda to that list. So, yes, definitely some of the premier racetracks in North America. We all go there on the Super Tour.
Yeah, and that's great. These drivers get to drive those premier tracks and really get to feel what, especially you talk about the tracks made back in the 50s, just kind of laid out in the land. And honestly, this track here at Thunderhill, although it was built in the 90s or in the 2010s, has that sort of old school feel where they just said, we got a piece of farmland out here. Let's just, go drive around that little hill, go past the sheep farm, and then come back up the next hill. It's kind of what this is, but with a whole lot of in between that just makes it looks spectacular. And it seems to race really well from what we've seen here this weekend.
7.5 minutes to go. Caleb Schrader just getting the job done once again. He's now got we'll know here in just a second, 20.9 second lead over Hayden Fisher. Joe Koo is in second. Joe Koo is in third. And he's back another 8 seconds from Hayden Fisher. So all those guys, and then second back is Daryl Anderson. So the only one really having to worry about anything right now is Joe Koo. Daryl Anderson would really like to get the third place spot on that podium.
Yeah, Anderson is doing a great job of picking up that pace and actually taking time out of that lead between the third place of Joe Koo and the fourth place of Anderson. So we're going to keep our eye on that gap to see if that closes up here inside of 7 minutes to go. But we're looking at that big train that we just had an eye on there. That looked like the 188 Holt, followed by a whole string of cars. You had Solner, Burt, Apples, Lewis, Hand, Wood not far back, Ricketts not far behind that. They're all jockeying for the upper half of this field. That looks like some of your most exciting racing. If you're in the middle of that and you're checking your mirrors, who's behind you, are they next to me, looking out in front, did the guy miss a shift, where are we going? That's where the adrenaline rush comes in, and that's the most exciting part of being in these battles, is just trying to figure out what is everyone around you going to do and how is it going to play out for your race. Look at that train.
I say, take a look at that. That has just got to be a ton of fun.
And that's them. I think it's Holt leading that group. Burt slipped a spot in there, letting Solner up in front of him last time by the timing stripe. I think they're still in that order, but honestly, hard to tell with the way they continue to move and swap spots at almost every lap. Yeah, I think that's the yellow of Solner is the second in that sequence. Pulling off line, missed the turn in for 9 a little bit there. Maybe wanted to take the full east loop to the left.
That's like the Joker lap, right? Everyone gets one Joker lap. That would be fun, actually. Right until they have to merge on the other side with all the cars coming down that hill. It would be really fun until that happened. Yeah, good stuff. What was I going to say? I just had something in my head, and then we had that little moment, and I can't remember what it is now.
It's part of getting old, Brian.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah, Brendan, our producer's been reminding me of that all weekend. Thanks, Lefty. I appreciate that. Yeah. 5 minutes to go here. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. See, it always comes back to eventually. Caleb Schrader's had himself a great weekend here. He's going to win this race. Yeah, I think he won both the FE2 races. Mm-hmm. Came in second on both of the races in Spec Racer 4 during the Super Tour. That is pretty darn good for this youngster who has really shown his speed and skill this weekend. And John Black did not get easy wins for either of those Spec Racer Ford races.
No, those Spec Racer Ford races are some of the best I've seen. It's just a mano-a-mano battle between the two of them. And Schrader led a lot of those laps, but John Black was able to pull that out. But, a couple more laps could have swung the other way. Caleb has just had a fantastic weekend between FE2 and Spec Ford. Yeah, he's definitely one we've got to watch. Also worth watching is this battle. I keep watching that yellow car of, I think that is Solner. He was up behind Holt in Solner in 8th, Holt in 7th, but it looks like he's lost a couple spots now to the number 1 car, Tom Burt, as well as Jerry Applis in the number 71. So these guys continue to swap positions corner to corner, it seems, here with 4 minutes to go, probably 2 laps. Lots of chances for more shuffling.
I'm going to trust your math on the 2 laps to go, so I'm going to go with that as well. And with 2 laps to go and a 23-second lead, Caleb Schrader's just trying to get it done. Look at this train of cars coming right at us here, side by side, going into turn 1, and the pass is complete there.
Wow. That's a fast corner to be making a pass like that. A bit daring, well calculated, and beautifully done.
Well, and as we were talking about earlier, learning the other track, this is the part of the track they all know really well. So knowing that you can pull that off and doing it in this area makes a lot more sense to me than trying to pull off something like that maybe on the West course where they don't have as many laps in. So my suspicion is that pass, he's done that before, because that looked really pretty.
Well, here comes that group now, up and over the top of the hill, waving at the crow's nest as they go on by. And now that train is 6 cars deep as they head down towards turn 6. And we'll see if this time Solner's got a better run at the right-hander here through turn 9. As a race leader, I think that was a race leader Schrader going through there. That might actually have been the second place of Fisher's.
Remember the video game Centipede?
Oh, yeah.
That's what this reminds me of. These 6 cars just doing their thing over that hill. This looks just like that video game. For those of you who are youngsters like our producer, you should look that one up.
Back when video games were fun.
Exactly. Back when we played on an Atari.
I love asking kids in their 20s if they know what a ColecoVision was.
ColecoVision, absolutely. Remember the little Mattel handheld games?
Oh yeah. The Game Boy. Yeah, Game Boy before there was a Game Boy.
Yeah, the little the football and the basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. That's right. Anyway, 2 minutes to go here. Caleb Schrader, Hayden Fisher, Joe Koo. There's your leaders. Daryl Anderson still trying to see if he can make some difficulty for Joe Koo here. Here is our white flag, just like you said. Caleb Schrader 5 miles from another checkered flag and another big trophy.
Yep, and he's still turning some quick times. That was a 3:08.6. In case you're wondering, his best lap of the race is a 3:07.2. So he's within a second on this 5-mile track of his best lap. He's just laying them down out there, one after another.
Well, and I'm pretty certain 2 seconds in the first place is going to win him the Western Shootout trophy as well.
I fully suspect that that's going to happen as well as the FE2 Western Shootout. So he's going to have a couple of big trophies to take home.
He's going to need a trailer just to take home his trophies. Look at this side-by-side going under the line. Was that Koo and Anderson?
It might be.
Well, I think it was. Look at that was, what is that, 1/1000th?
Yeah, that means Anderson has caught Koo, because before he was battling for the 4th or 5th place spot with Booth. Anderson now, Daryl has caught all the way up to Joe Koo, and let's see who's got the lead as they come around 4 and up and over the hill at 5.
It's going to be the green car with the gray car in the back. Here they come
that
up
was
to the
Fisher.
top of the hill.
Yeah, Fisher's the white one out by himself. This will be Koo, Anderson, and Booth probably right behind.
There they are. Oh, look at that. That's going to be, I believe, your race for 3rd place here.
I think that might have been Anderson in front. I think he is the gray car, but again, unofficial. But if he is, then he's made the pass on Koo, but can he hold it? Regardless of who's in first there at turn 5, doesn't matter. It's who's in first when they come under the starter stand.
Absolutely.
Another 4 miles away.
And we're going to see them come into our view right now. It looks like Koo is still in the lead with Anderson behind him. But Anderson has proven in the last lap that he can get right up under the tailpipe here, coming out of that turn 2021 complex here. and that could still be part. And here he goes, putting his nose out to possibly try to make pace there. Then he thinks better of it. Here they come, coming out of turn 11. They're coming towards us to turn 11.
We'll see who's got the lead this time they come on. It is still Koo and then Anderson. Maybe even a little bit more of a margin for Koo this time.
Yeah, maybe he's going to try to get a little bit of a run here coming into this section of the racetrack. That might make a little bit of sense here. It's also possible that Anderson surprised Koo, who wasn't expecting him to be that fast, and now he's like, okay, it's time to get going here. Here they come down the back straight in just a second. This will be the final time here for Spec Racer Fords, our race, and that is Caleb Schrader, actually. That's our leader going down the back stretch. He is going to come through this last 2 corners for the final time this weekend. He is going to have no problems taking the win here. We want to keep an eye, though, on that battle for 3rd place, and we'll go back to that in just a second. Hayden Fisher should have no issues either taking home the 2nd spot on the podium. Look at Caleb Schrader weaving down and saying, saluting his crew on the front straight a la Formula One. And now we're going to see how we come across. Here comes the battle for 3rd place. The car in front is Joe Koo. Daryl Anderson is the gray car in 2nd place there. That's actually your 4th place car with 2 corners to go. Who's going to take home the 3rd spot on the podium? Will it be Koo? Will it be Anderson? Looks like Koo had the better line through that corner right there. Here comes your 2nd place car across the line. That was Hayden Fisher. 3rd and 4th will be next. Who's it going to be? It looks like it's going to be Joe Koo, then Daryl Anderson. Maybe Daryl Anderson took a shot 1 lap too early there, Lefty.
He may have. He may have spent it to try to get up there and didn't have anything left, but this pack is far from done. This should be the battle of 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and maybe 12. And 3 of those look like they may be 3 wide by the time we get down to 20 under braking, and there's at least a 2 wide.
That is a ton of fun. Oh,
the big slide.
That's the 75 car going wide there.
Was that the 7 of Solar, the yellow car?
No, the yellow car, I believe that's a 75 car of Bruce Richardson.
Might be, but I'm not sure he's at that section of the track. But keep an eye, because Solar had been running up in the top 4 or 5 earlier in this race.
Okay.
He's come down a little bit. That may have been him, as I think he just got passed by Wood and Ricketts even.
Oh, you might be right again.
I think that's Solar right there with Peel Sticker behind him.
I should not doubt you. That looks exactly like what happened.
It's my younger eyes.
Oh, is that what it is? I don't think you're that much younger than me.
Not too much.
And I got brand new glasses too.
Oh, there you go.
I have to take them back. Come on, Doc. What happened here? All right, let's go through our running order here. Caleb Fisher is your race winner. Caleb Schrader, Hayden Fisher 2nd, Joe Koo 3rd, 4th through 10th, Daryl Anderson, Bill Booth, Sean O'Doyle, Tom Burt, Judson Holt, and Jerry Apples. Brandon Lewis, Eric Hand, Graham Wood, and Jim Ricketts all move up on the last lap after that spin by John Solner. That's 10th through 13th, and John Solner dropped down to 14th. That's how they finish up here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Western Shootout race for Spec Racer Ford. When we come back, B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, and GT Lights. That's next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park, Western Shootout. This is our second to last race of the day, and we are going to have a 2-car dash for a trophy here for the next 30 minutes. Lefty, this is going to be very interesting, if nothing else.
So I think the 2 cars, let's get this out of the way. I think we can call this grid. The BMW E30 should be Sean Lovett, probably the outside or the inside. It'll be pole sitter inside of row 1. The other car, I believe, is Albert Correa in the Boxster. Is that the other car, or is that not the Boxster? That is, yeah, that's the Boxster. Okay, so yeah, it's Correa and Lovett are the 2 that have emerged to take this race.
Well, the good news is at least they're both in the same class. And
so this morning in the practice, there were 4 cars that took times in practice. I believe the others were Fritcha in an RX-7, also an E-Prod, and then I believe McCready had taken laps in his MX-5. So I'm a bit surprised we don't have all 4, but here it is. 2-man shootout.
2-man shootout, 30 minutes. Maybe they will, well, I'm sure they're going to have a good time. And we will do our best to make this thing interesting for the next 30 minutes. And I will tell you that the Formula V, Formula F race is next. Not sure how many cars are going to show up for that one, but here they go. Literally a drag race down the front straight, 2 cars. And that's the Boxster who is going to pull out here for the first corner. And then, of course, the BMW tries to fight back. Sean Lovett trying to sneak his nose under there going into turn 2 and did not get the job done. The Boxster stays out front. We'll see him coming up over the hill in just a second.
Well, Correa in the rain on Friday dominated in that race. He started, I think, in the 2nd row, but by the time they were about turn 3, he had the lead and he just never looked back. But that was in the rain. When we got to the dry yesterday, I think it was McCready, if I got this right, that ended up taking that win or dominated that race for a while. Correa had a decent race there, but not that pace before. I don't know on Friday if Lovett participated. I believe he was a start from the back on Saturday's race and came up to be, I want to say 4th or 5th without checking the results and cheating. But I think he had a pretty good run to come up to that position. So these 2 could be relatively evenly matched here in these fully dry, beautiful, sunny, light breezy conditions.
Still that Boxster out front with the BMW E, whatever that is, in 2nd.
E30.
E30, thank you. I don't know BMWs that well, all the E different numbers, but...
Once you get to E46, I lose track. So okay. I know this is an E30. Everything after that, the 92s and whatever, I can't figure those out. But they haven't built those yet into too many race cars. We have a whole lot of E30s, E36s, and 46s here in the club ranking. So I got a pretty good handle on those. If I need a lifeline, I can call one.
So if you're watching from other parts of the country, lots of other things going on. There is a Tire Rack SCCA St. Louis Cam 3 and XS Challenge. That is, I believe, a solo event, right?
It is, yes. It's a Cam Challenge. So you've got the Classic American Muscle, Cam S, Cam T, Cam C classes. As it looks like a bit of a slide there for the Boxster of Correa. May have let Lovett maybe get up next to him as they go down the front straight of the West Loop here. Now it looks like the BMW is in front, but maybe they're going to swap positions again on this one straightaway.
Also, Texas region is holding a Grand Prix Majors and Test at Eagles Canyon Raceway this weekend. And then a Tire Rack SCCA Texas Nationals Tour solo event in Texas as well this weekend. So a lot of stuff going on, even if you don't want to go race wheel to wheel.
Yeah, that's down at Beeville, one of the newer sites that the folks down in Texas have been able to get. I hear it's fantastic. A great place. They've run pro solos there, and this weekend had the traditional national tour. So that's pretty darn cool. And, you know, I do a little bit of those solo things, as you know. I'm getting ready for the Spring Nationals event, which is the big Memorial Day weekend, pro solo on 2 days, national tour at the site of the Solo Nationals in Lincoln, Nebraska. So that's a big thing coming up. Both of those events, I believe, have sold out. They've gone to waitlist. That's a really big one. And then you get the Summer Nationals down at Bristol that'll come up on the 4th of July weekend before we then dive into Solo Nationals in September. So couple of lots of events in between. In fact, I'm the chair of one of the pro solos later this year that'll be at Peru, Indiana at the Grissom Aeroplex. I'm looking forward to that. I have not been to Peru in a long time, but we're doing a pro solo there this year, so that'll be fun in my little world.
Yeah, for those who might have, found us by accident on YouTube watching us this weekend, there's a lot of things the club does besides road racing. We've been just talking about solo. We do road rally, some hill climbs. We just had a big hill climb up in North Carolina a couple of weeks ago with about 150 cars for that, and all of these different competitions have national championships. We also have time trialing, and if you don't want to go wheel to wheel, you can also do our Track Night in America stuff. So. Picking up here just to double check on this race group coming through here. They're going to come up over the hill. That is still that Boxster in second place. That is Albert Correa. Sean Lovett, though, not really giving him an easy time of it, even though it's just two cars out there. They're all racing for a class win here, and Lovett, they're right on the back bumper of this car. We'll see him come into our view here in just a moment.
Yeah, Lovett looks like he's got a bit of an advantage going over the top of the hill, but had nowhere to go with it as Correa had a good defensive line. But now as they come up down into turn 9 and enter on the west, nearly side by side as Lovett pokes down the inside, not able to make it stick. This is turning into a lot of fun, considering there's 5 miles of track, 4.95 of it is empty, and these two are occupying the same piece of real estate.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic time out there. And we always joke about how there's always fun at the back of the pack in some of these bigger groups, and even if you're not running up front, there's a lot of fun. These guys are finding a way to make a two-car race relatively interesting. Let's hope we can keep that up for the next 25 minutes here as we watch these guys on this 5-mile track going around. This is kind of a cross between a test day and a track day here for these guys. But you know what? They paid their entry, and they stuck around for it, and they want the Western Shootout trophy. So that's why you get out on the racetrack and do it there. Looks like a move on the outside, or just maybe not the best line right there, because it certainly was not effective. Sean Lovett did not execute that pass terribly well.
Well, I tell you, I'm sure if I'm the crew chief of either one of these two, I was in the grid there next to them, the last words I would have said, the old tradition, the old cliche is if you ain't first, you're last. In this race, that is so true.
That is absolutely true. If you ain't first, you will be last in this race. Oh, boy. Coming up next is the Formula F and Formula V groups. That race put on a really good race yesterday, so I got my fingers and toes crossed that we'll get most of those guys back out here today, and they might find it interesting. And we've got...
Seeing that as well. I'm not sure what's going on out there on one of our cameras. We'll get to that in a minute. As these two are battling now, it looks like whatever happened to Lovett there had a bit of a blip there trying to get around Correa around that turn 16 or so. He looks like he's recovered. Now he's making a charge back to try and catch up with Correa as they round the last couple of corners onto the front straight. There may have been a piece of debris on the track that somebody from one of our stations ran out to the track to go receive. And considering these are the only two cars on track, you get a few minutes before they come back around.
That's fine. 23 minutes to go here. We've got two cars, E-Production cars, racing for the win here. And Sean Lovett's doing his best to keep caught up with Albert Correa in the Porsche Boxster. This car, the Boxster, was the perfect car during our wet weather conditions. That mid-engine car, when we had the weird weather on Friday and Saturday, it was really one of the best cars out there for those weather conditions. And it's certainly turning out to be a pretty good car for the dry conditions, too.
Yeah, you really can't go wrong when you've got a nice mid-engine balanced attack out here. For the rain, it was spectacular. He could just drop the hammer, and all the weight over the rear end was able to pull out of those corners. Here, though, that E30 BMW looking like he's pretty racy in spots. Again, quickest around, it seems to be the two of them going up and over the top of the Cyclone there. And we'll see if he can again try to shove his nose down the inside of 7 and 8 before they get into this right-hander at 9.
A lot of these cars this weekend are heading up next weekend to the Super Tour race at Portland International Raceway. We'll have all that coverage for you as well. Qualifying begins both days at 8 a.m. Pacific time right here at the same place on the SCCA official YouTube channel, as well as on the SCCA Facebook channel. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen here this weekend, tune back in with us next weekend for Portland. And then after that, we head up to Watkins Glen. From Watkins Glen, Well, it's a couple of weeks to Watkins Glen, and then at the end of June, the final Super Tour of the year is the race at Road America. The June Sprints has become the final event of the 2023 Super Tour, and that always has a huge amount of cars, has a runoffs feel to it, and it'll be the last chance for a lot of these drivers, Lefty, to qualify for the runoffs.
Yeah, and it's a traditional event. I forget the number of runnings. It's 50-something runnings or whatever it now is of the Chicago Region June Sprints. But it's a great event traditionally there in June, and a good opportunity to qualify if you haven't yet for the runoffs. And I believe we're going to be going back there for the runoffs in a couple of years. So we'll get a chance to see a lot of Road America in the next couple.
Absolutely. Road America, my home track. I've spent many days there and have such fond memories. I'm really looking forward to going back for the runoff starting next year for 2 years. Have a little update, Lefty. Remember the STU race when Tommy McCarthy pulled into the pits on the last lap?
Yeah.
So he wasn't here all weekend. We knew that. Today he was using as a prep day. The car wasn't compliant. It didn't have the right tires for the class. So he did his laps, and like we said, he wouldn't have been classified as the winner anyway because the car wasn't legal. So he pulled in and let the other 2 cars take the checkered flag and the win. So
it's the right thing to do. It's club racing. These things happen. Sometimes you run the tires you got, you run whatever you're prepping for, but you know that your race isn't that place when you're not on those tires. So go ahead and let the cars that are compliant battle it out for the win. And what a finish that was anyway.
Yeah.
Once he pulled off, the battle for the win came down to the very last corner of the last lap.
So we're working our way now through the 20-minute mark here in this race. The Boxster opening up just a tiny lead now. And
just a bit. Yeah, but I think in this section of the track, this is where Lovett seems to have the advantage, going through 2, 3, and up and over the top of the hill. He always seems to be on the back of that Boxster's bumper as they come down the other side of the hill. Let's see if it's the same this time by.
If you're enjoying this coverage of the Super Tour here, also keep in mind that we do a lot of coverage of the races out at Summit Point and in the Mid-Atlantic region. My fearless partner, who's normally here with me, Greg Ginsburg, he broadcasts those races. You can find those on YouTube as well. I'm also the guy who helps out with the Cal Club races. We do a stream there as well. You can pick those up here in the fall too. So lots of different options to get your SCCA fix out there. Does it look like Lovett's trying to make a pass here?
He's definitely trying to force Correa into a bad line around 6. Let's see if they get up side by side as they got this long run through 7, 8, and then they got to make that kink on the right-hander that you can see right there in the foreground. That right-hander that leads to our left didn't make the pass yet, but he's trying. He's throwing everything at it right now.
Oh, and there's a move forward past there. Correa is, I don't know, if it seemed like he almost slowed down and let him by. I don't think that's the case. Or Sean Lovett just threw it in there, and he said, I'm not going to make contact, and I'm going to live to fight a little later in this race. But as soon as Lovett came by, he got a couple of car lengths. So maybe the downshift didn't work right for Correa in that Boxster, trying to get into that corner.
Yeah, I think Lovett had a great run off of 6, and possibly because he had maybe made Correa stick to a bad line through 6, and Correa knew he was beaten at that point. Sometimes you know you're beat, you just give up the spot, you get a run down, because the stretch after that kink is a pretty long run, a wide open throttle, and it may have paid off because he really hasn't left sight yet of Lovett now in the lead. So we'll see if this section of the track here, he's been pretty good at Correa. Let's see if he can pull back up onto the bumper of Lovett. Lovett runs wide, coming off of 13, kicked up a little bit of dirt there. That could help Correa.
Or maybe they're just saying, you know what, we're going to make this interesting for the stream. So we're going to keep nice and close and tight, and then we'll figure it out in the last 2 laps. That would be fantastic. That's what my producer is in their ear telling them. No, just kidding. We don't have access to the drivers in their ear.
Well, it wouldn't be tough to find their crew chiefs, as there's only 2 of them. I'm sure it's right down there on pit wall. You can go grab it. Are you Correa or are you Lovett? Oh, okay. Go tell the guys to do this. Tell us before you make the pass.
I was going to say, Sean Lovett just went purple in that last lap, which makes sense. It does look like he is moving pretty quickly here. 3:22, and it almost looks like the Boxster's really slowing down.
Yes, it does, and I'm a little worried there about Correa because he looked really slow through that section, and he has not picked up the pace here onto the back straight. That is definitely off pace.
really interesting to see how this is going to play out. Now, at 15 minutes, this race becomes official. So all they have to do, if the driver wants his 15 minutes, I'm sure he can take it. But if he realizes he's the only car on the racetrack, he can get past the 15-minute point and pull in if he chooses to.
Thinking Albert Correa may be heading to pit in.
I don't even know if Albert Correa is going to make it to pit in, because that's a little uphill.
Can you see it from where your vantage point is?
I can't.
He's not on the front straight. I think he pulled in.
Oh, yep, he pulled into the pits. I believe he was dead stick coming down the hill there. So maybe there's something that the crew can jiggle a wire and get the car started back up again. But that was really good news for Sean Lovett, who has now basically assumed the lead. And if Correa can't come back out, he will have, even if he does come back out, Sean Lovett won't have to do a whole lot to stay in front. He'll have a whole lap lead and then some. But once he gets to, like I said, the 15-minute mark, the way it works here in the SCCA is a race is complete at the halfway point. So if he does maybe 1 or 2 more laps, and he could choose to come in, call it a day, and he'd be the winner, or he could take the test and run it all the way to the finish line.
Well, the one thing you can at least hang your hat on if you're Sean Lovett is I think you earned that pass. You had the best run coming down through 5 and 6. You got the pass done, and whatever happens to Correa seemed to happen after that. So it's demoralizing to win only because the other driver disappeared. At least he got to the lead on his own merit.
Here he comes in just a second. We'll see him come over here towards turn 11 here. So the quick question is, does he know what's going on? Does he have a crew with a radio that can even tell him what the situation is?
Well, I tell you what, why don't we just take our quick commercial break and we come back?
Thinking that myself.
Let's see where he is at.
Actually, I wasn't thinking that, but Zach, our director, was like, should we take our break? I'm like, yeah, exactly. It's a good time to take our break. Let's do it right now, and we'll come back with more. This is Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Western Shootout. That's what we're doing right now. Stay with us.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park at the Western Shootout. This is I'm going to call it the E-production race because that's the only car, singular, that was out there at the finish.
Yeah, even more appropriate, that was the E-production race.
Correct, yes. As you saw, maybe during the break, the checkered flag flew, and this race has come to a conclusion. And your race winner is none other than Sean Lovett in the BMW E30 from Petaluma, California. And he ran his fast lap on his last lap, so he just kept going anyway.
Yeah, it's good pace. Had a good little battle for as long as it lasted with Correa, and he's going to get a race win from it.
There you go. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with our last race of the day, Formula F and Formula V. That's next. Stay with us. This is the Western Shootout from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Welcome back to the Western Shootout. We are live at Thunderhill Raceway Park for the final race of the weekend here. We have a whole bunch of race cars, Lefty, and that makes me smile.
Me as well. About 14 cars took the practice this morning. I think I see about 10 that have taken to the track here behind the pace car. And this will be good. A little bit of a sundown shootout here at the Western Shootout. This could be a lot of fun. We know we had some great battles yesterday between Renfro and Horn in the Formula Fs. Tatum had a pretty good battle for a while there, I think, with who's the other V that was out there? I'm not sure he's here today, but some good battles up and down with the Vs. I think we could be seeing a couple of those popping up today on this beautiful long 5-mile racetrack.
Sorry, I was looking at something here, trying to find my grid sheets from yesterday. Let me see what I found. Stand by. There it is. So assuming that some of the people are here from yesterday, David Jalen will be your front row with Steve Meyer, Keith Hall, and Michael Bernstein will be the second row. Then your front row for Formula V should be Quinn Posner, Blake Tatum, then Robert Posner and Daniel Manthe. That's your first two rows there. We kind of had a pseudo split start here just because they worked out that way. All your Formula Fs are going to go first, and then your Formula Vs will line up second.
Trying to see if Charles Horn is out there. Or I believe he's a race winner from yesterday in that afternoon race at the end of the day.
Yeah, Charles Horn, you're right, was the race winner, but he was at the bottom of this grid yesterday, so I'm not exactly sure what the situation was with that, but we'll know as soon as we get this race started.
It's a red Swift that's on the front row, so there's several red Swifts, I think, in this field. I love the Swift chassis.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we'll see if that is Mr. Horn. It's hard to tell. There's timing and scoring. He's got, maybe 14 cars or so listed, but it's hard to tell exactly if which ones they are. And that definitely, though, the Bumblebee for sure is Denny Renfro there on the second spot. So I think it is Horn and Renfro that are going to lead this down to green here in about 1.5 miles.
That is true. We're using the short course for the pace lap, and then we'll transition over to the 5-mile course. And be interesting to see, because the Formula V is not high horsepower at all. They are going to have to do some trudging up and down some hills. Formula Vs are a lot of fun until you got to go up a hill and you just kind of mash the pedal to the floor and see what happens and how long it takes you to get to the top.
Yeah, that flowing section, of course, though, to me would be a blast. It would be just floating the car around some of those sweepers, plummeting down the hills.
Yep.
It's got all the sensations there as the air-cooled motors kind of screaming behind you. It would just be an absolute joy.
Yeah, so here they come down the back straight. They're going to go through the 2021 complex. On a regular race weekend here, when they're using the East course, it's the 14-15 complex. But we've added 5 corner stations for the 5-mile course here. And that's why today it's 20 and 21. Here they come. Pace car will hit pit lane. And then you will get the Formula Fords taking us all down for our final race of the weekend. 30 minutes to crown a couple of Western Shootout champions here.
Denny Renfro, Chuck Horn had a couple of great battles yesterday. Let's see if they resume that action here today on this 5-mile glorious piece of racetrack.
And here they come. You can hear the wind. It's blowing pretty decent today, which is kind of sometimes interesting with these smaller formula cars. It's not blowing hard enough to bother the big cars, but here they come past the start-finish line and down towards turn 1. Denny Renfro takes the early lead here.
Yeah, Chuck Horn got a terrible start there, maybe in the wrong gear on the front straightaway, because Renfro took off. In fact, Meyer in third almost clipped past Horn as well. So Horn's probably regretting whatever gear choice he made. It may have been the wrong one.
You know, it just kind of hit me, Lefty, when I see this corner and the big dive down. It doesn't have a corkscrew, but it does feel a lot like Laguna Seca, doesn't it? Where you just kind of turn left and mash the gas, and you get down to the bottom of the hill. If it had 1 or 2 more turns, it would be very much like that.
Yeah, just the bottom drops out of it and just kind of keep turning when you go on down. But instead of turning left like turn 9 in Laguna Seca, this one goes right through down towards turn 6. But a very cool piece of real estate there. And this angle shows you that elevation and that bottom dropping out effect, the G sensation these drivers must be feeling. But up in the front, these two now, Renfro and Horn, picking up where they left off yesterday. Horn's in the right gear now as he's going to try and chase that Bumblebee down.
Looking back, well, it's hard to tell with how everything shook out in the Formula V field until they come across the line for the last time. But now they are in the new section, or the long section of the racetrack here. This is the start to the 5 mile. And you can see up atop the hill, that is the chute that connects the two courses. And as I've been told doing my research this weekend, the chute is a great part of the track for little cars like this. So these guys must be having a blast here as they work themselves through this flowy section that we've been talking about all day. And it's probably just as much fun in a Formula F as it is in a Formula V.
I would imagine so. A little open wheel car like that, nothing in front of you. But the track that they've paved, and it just got to be beautiful, making that little kink through that turn 9 section and then just going running down the hill all the way down towards 10. It would just be an absolute riot. And then here they've gone down this front straight for the west track, across that curve, and everyone's been pounding that. The west tracks, I guess it would be like a turn 1 curve for the west loop. Here it's a turn, I lost count, 14, 15, that they would come through there, and it just looks like they're beating that curve up. And this another curve here at 16. These guys are staying a little bit more off it. We saw earlier the Spec Miatas and a few others clobbering that thing.
All right, here comes your leaders across the line for the first time, or at least towards the line for the first time. We've got this last little backstep here. It seems very long on the 5 mile course because I can hear them behind me, and I thought they were actually on the front straight, but now I look up at the camera and no, they're still just getting to the front straight now.
3 minutes plus around here is a long time to wait for them to come back around. And Chuck Horn maybe didn't get the greatest start, but he certainly finished this lap well as he's maintaining pace with Danny Renfro. There you can see the black and yellow Renfro and the red and white of Horn as they come across the stripe, just 2/10 on that lap time apart. This is going to be the battle to watch as we're still waiting for Jalen, Meyer, Bernstein, the other FFs to come across the line. And there comes Jalen for third. And then finally Meyer, and then Bernstein should be coming through. I think he was still in that sequence. Those guys may not be as familiar with the West Loop as Renfro and Horn. They were about 6 or 7 seconds through that sector alone, slower than Renfro and Horn. Those two guys up front, they know what they're doing out here, and they're showing it.
And talk about knowing what you're doing. Blake Tatum in Formula V has crossed the line way ahead of the second place car of Donald Manthe. It is a significant difference between those two cars. 8 seconds and 1 lap is where Blake Tatum took out on Ron Wake in second place. Donald Manthe is in third. So a big, I don't know if there was some traffic or some stuff that slowed up the rest of the field, but Blake Tatum has taken advantage of whatever the situation was and has opened up an 8.8 seconds lead in just the first lap.
A big chunk of that in that second sector, which primarily makes up the western loop of this track, the part that's more well known to some of these drivers and others. I suspect perhaps Blake Tatum knows his way through there pretty well. The other thing was Manthe and Wake have a really good battle going. They came across the timing stripe side by side, and Monick was right behind them, maybe a second and a half back. So they've got a 3-way battle now for a second, third, and fourth in the V. That's helping Tatum as well pull away in that lead.
Yeah, Renfro and Horn still opening up their lead. And if you remember yesterday and the day before, Horn had a problem and had to work his way back up through the field. But yesterday, Renfro and Horn kind of drove away from the field as well. So this would kind of be expected considering how they operated yesterday. And Denny Renfro just dropped down a 1:07.677 lap, and then immediately on the next lap, Charles Horn has gone purple in that first sector just by what would that be, 67 1/1000ths of a second.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched through the first lap and a half. But what I saw in the last 2 days, whether it was the rain on the late afternoon on Friday or the drier track that they had yesterday in their shortened race, was Horn came on late in those. He was very fast as that race progressed on. So him being back a half a second at this stage of the race is probably right where he wants to be if he really feels like he can continue to build speed. You can see there, as they come down the back straight for the second time, I think he's even a lot closer to Denny Renfro than he was the first.
Yeah, that does appear to be what's going on here. And they're certainly fighting hard, and they've got 23 minutes left for that fight to get to the checkered flag.
And he's in the draft, is Horn, right behind Renfro. Look at this. He may even make a pop here going into one. That is quick. These guys are about 13 seconds a lap faster than Jalen Meyer and then the V crowd behind them. Those front two they're off in their own league right now, leaving Jalen and Meyer to fight for third. They're about 5-6 seconds apart, and there they are. The black car there and the yellow car are the two of them, third and fourth in FF. And then we'll see where this V battle is. They're another probably 10-12 seconds back. It should be Tatum, and then eventually Wake, Manthe, and Monick for second, third, and fourth.
Renfro is able to keep the lead through the first 5 corners here and continues to keep about the same distance. Not much of a gap being drawn out there by Renfro over Horn. Here comes your Formula V leaders across the line. That's going to be Blake Tatum, and then we're going to have to wait a while to get to our next car in Formula V, and that should be...
That's the two of them. That should be Wake and Manthe.
Yep.
Coming across there, and Monick is just now about to go into the starter stand for the 4th spot in V. Actually, it's Ponson has gone around Monick. Monick just there, the last car that came through. He must have had a bit of an issue there in the last couple of sectors. So Ponson now moving up to the 3rd spot, or the 4th spot. It's Chris Ponson in Formula V. So it's Tatum, Wake, Manthe, and Ponson, your front 4 in the Vs.
Well, and we have my mind has been fried.
Well, I know the leaders in FF are pretty easy to see. It has not changed since they got through turn 2 in the first lap. As Denny Renfro, Chuck Horn, 1-2, and they're basically 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths apart. Chuck Horn might be starting to crank up his momentum here now as he's going around through turn 15. Now making the crossover back to the traditional east section of the track. And we'll see if he can get a run down the back straight. So here, 9 minutes into this race, finishing up the 3rd lap. Chuck Horn's just starting to get into his rhythm.
Right. So what I was thinking, and I was trying to figure out, you were saying Chris Ponson was doing this and that, and I was like, so wasn't Chris Ponson one of our drivers that was up front all day yesterday? But that was Quinn Posner,
right?
And so I was confused. So I had to figure out before I misspoke, because I know if I misspeak, I'll get everybody in the chat riled up. But Quinn Posner and Robert Posner not here today. They were here yesterday, and Quinn Posner obviously ran up front most of the weekend. So
yeah, Quinn and Blake Tatum had a pretty good battle swapping the leads there in those couple of races. So yeah, it does look like the Posners decided that they couldn't stick around today. But we have a really good race going on anyway. We've got battles going on in the Vs for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and then we've got this battle for the lead in FF. And I'm telling you, Chuck Horn is just starting to crank it up. He might be looking to get a little racy here with Renfro on this lap.
Yeah, no question. And those guys, Chris Horn and Denny Renfro race week in and week out here on the West Coast. They run the races up here. They're almost always down with us in Buttonwillow. And this is a show we get to watch every weekend, folks. So it is absolutely a treat out here in this Formula F class.
And the battle for 2nd, I think, in FF is also being hotly contested. Yes, as we now have someone new moving on. Steve Myers taking over the 3rd spot, pushing David Jalen back. But you can see the black and the yellow cars. That is the two of them. Meyer in the black car just ahead of Jalen in the yellow. That's the battle for the 3rd step on the podium. It is as hotly contested as the front 2 steps are.
So now the question is, can Jalen stay with Steve Meyer and keep on the rear of that car until for the next several laps and be able to respond at some point in time? Or is Steve Meyer going to try to move forward? The problem is that Steve Meyer's got a long ways to go to catch up with the leaders, 38 seconds at the line.
Yeah, the front two leaders are kind of in a race of their own at this point, which has to worry Steve Meyer a little bit because, again, knowing how these cars drive, you got to be precise, you got to hit your marks, but the draft plays a part. Meyer's got no one to pull a draft off of. Those guys are, a quarter a track ahead, which leaves David Jalen a chance to maybe hold on to Meyer for a while and kind of play the slow waiting game here for the third step on the podium. So we'll keep an eye on those guys while we continue to watch this overall lead between Denny Renfro and Chuck Horn, who continue to be, as you said, like they do every weekend, about a car length apart.
Well, and I was thinking to myself, one's better in one sector and one's better than in another sector, but it's just by little nanoseconds because you can see it when they come to the line, they're right there.
Yeah.
So really, I don't think one is better in one sector or the other. I think it's a matter of just a slight break here or a slight harder on the gas at another spot because there hasn't been more than a quarter second between the two of them, now 0.3, since we've gotten to the start of this race.
Yeah, and they continue to turn faster and faster laps. They're both basically now into the 305s, give or take. And on this lap, Horn set quickest overall first sector. Renfro responded and had quickest overall second sector. So the two of them are this is full-on gloves-off racing right now.
If I could do 305 minute 5 miles on my commute to work, I could sleep in another hour every morning in LA.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way in Southern California, does it?
It does not. It does not. It's actually the other way around. It would be like 10:05 minute 5 mile laps. But here they come. It looks like Chuck Horn's trying to pull out and possibly take the lead here. But Denny Renfro's having none of it. He just sticks it in there on the inside and keeps moving on. And no issues at all. But this has been, and it was .013 at the line, Lefty.
Yeah, don't be surprised if we see the red car in the lead as they come over the top of the hill in a second, because Chuck Horn was able to push Renfro into a bit of a bad line through one. That might have been enough to maybe go side by side through two and give him a chance before they get to the cyclone on top of the hill.
Well, I can tell you it might have been, but it wasn't. Denny Renfro has been able to keep that lead. You're going to see it right here, down the hill, no issues at all. I wonder if it's one of these things where these guys are like, I've raced you so long and I'm really tired of it.
I don't know that I ever get tired. I can race like every weekend. So. You give me an equally matched rival and 5 miles of beautiful Northern California racetrack, and you're going to have to drag me out of there. You have to rip my helmet and suit off of me because I'm going to want to stay out until the sun goes down.
I need to go home. I'm not staying out until the sun goes down. No, it's been a great weekend out here, and it is, and finally a great day of weather as well. That's been welcomed here without any question. There are those two cars then going up over 10 there, and still Renfro and Horn in that order. No changes at all up to this point.
But they're starting to come up on some lap traffic. You can see one of our backmarker Vs there. I think that must be Robbins. I believe that would be.
Yep, that makes sense.
Aaron Robbins. And he's going to have a mirror full of a couple FFs, and he's already pointed them on buys. And you guys take your battle somewhere else.
Yeah, there's no reason to get mixed up in this battle and that's the other thing is these Vs and Formula Fs are with each other every weekend as well, and they know they're coming through. And it's usually a relief spot. There we go. There's Chuck Horn putting his nose out, but then tucking back in.
He's teasing them now. He's just saying maybe here, maybe now. Now you see me, now you don't.
I'm here. 15 minutes. You're gonna have to watch me in your mirrors if you don't make a mistake. I'm here. Speaking of 15 minutes, let's take our last break of the day. And when we do that, when we come back, we'll have 13 minutes of racing to the final checkered flag. Let's do it.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
We are back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Brian Bielanski here, Larry, Lefty MacLeod. 14 minutes of racing left here, and I've turned my headphones up way too high. There we go. I'm like, I don't even like to hear myself that loud. Denny Renfro still your leader, Charles Horn second. I don't think any of that's changed during our break here, has it?
The front two have not. They are still the same gap apart. They are doing what they've been doing. The third place battle continues to swap, though, between Meyer and Jalen, as they are now in that. Jalen was in the lead. Now of those two in third place overall. Meyer now has reclaimed that spot, and maybe in this lap even opened up a couple of more tenths. So we're going to keep our eye on that, as some of them are fighting. And those are our leaders fighting through some more of the V's. That's Renfro in the black and yellow, Horn in the red and white, and a couple of V's having their own scrap in between them.
Yeah, right now this becomes a matter of how well these guys negotiate lap traffic. And the interesting part is now, while I said that the V's are usually really good at knowing they're coming through, the ones in the back definitely know they're coming, but when you're in the middle and battling for some position, sometimes you don't have that situational awareness and you don't realize they're coming through. That's where the blue flag sent to the drivers from the corner workers becomes so critical to try to keep the slower cars out of the way of the leaders when they come through. So
yeah, that was the battle in the V's of Don Manthe and Chris Ponson. They had gotten themselves out of the way. Now that we should be side by side, that is Chuck Horton now ahead of Renfro as they go past the starter stand.
That is true, but we'll see. Can Renfro come back and respond quickly, or is he just going to be happy sitting in second place for another 5, 6, 7 minutes and then making a run here at the end? That might be what his thought process is. There's another V coming up here right now that they're going to have to get around. You can't see him because we don't have a camera quite there. We had to spread out our cameras this weekend for the 5 miles, so we had a camera there yesterday, but that had to go to the backside of the course. Here they are going on, really close with this V, and this hurts Denny Renfro big time. Chuck Horn picked the perfect spot to go around that V, and that V was then stuck between the two of them, and that's going to give him a 3 or 4 second gap here as they come down towards the turn 8 and 9 here. You'll see it. It might not be 3 or 4 seconds, but it's definitely going to be a gap here.
That should have been the third place V of Don Manthe, and I'm sure he's doing everything he can to stay out of there while he's also trying to chase down second place of Ron Wake. And yeah, this battle is screaming.
Yeah, that was definitely because Chuck Horn used the perfect time to go around, and I think he may have even hesitated because he knew that if he made that stop there, that the V was going to have to take a decent line to get through that corner up above the hill, and there would be no way for Renfro to get around him right at that particular spot. That was either really lucky or absolutely wonderful racecraft.
Yeah, well, it could be a little bit of both, I'm
sure. Say.
Yeah, these veterans know how to use that to their advantage. Now, pretty soon they're going to catch the next one because I believe that was Manthe. I think they've still got Wake and Tatum somewhere out there, there's one of them, I believe, that they're going to be catching up to here very shortly. That might be the second place V of Ron Wake, and then they'll catch, of course, Blake Tatum out in front of that. So there's many opportunities now for Renfro. He may not need it, though. It looks like he's already closed up to the back of Chuck Horn.
9 minutes, 15 seconds to go. And this battle for Formula Ford, I see I keep doing it. I so keep doing it. Formula F is really strong here at the front here.
Yeah, I tell you, Denny Renfro did not need any pick, didn't need any traffic to close that back up. He is right back up on the back of Chuck Horn. 8/10 is the advantage in the second sector alone for Renfro. So whatever he lost at the top of the hill there going around 5, he's made all that up, and he may even have a run on the back straight.
So in this particular situation, I really do need to call it Formula F because both Horn and Renfro, they're racing the Honda Fit.
Oh, so, wow, there's contact.
Spin by Renfro. Was there contact?
I think really there may have been. I think it may have been inside wheels, and the open wheelers touched a little bit. There was at least a puff of smoke. Could have also been a little bit of lockup there at that point, but that's going to separate the gap now. Horn gets away. There he is, taking the next lap. Renfro looks like he got away clean. He just lost some track time, and there he is now taking his lap on by. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with that car. Hopefully it was just a spin. They've been racing so well side by side. If that's contact, that's unfortunate.
Well, and if it was, both those cars do seem to have all the corners pointing in the right direction. We'll take a look to see if either of their lap times falls off at all. But even with that huge spin, Denny Renfro was able to keep as the second place car in the class. Still a big gap back to the third place car in Formula F, but gosh, that was just something else there.
Yeah, that was some tight racing. He had an opportunity to get down on the inside. And again, if he couldn't make it stick, he had to make the try, though. You were saying earlier, maybe he waits, maybe he tries to do it later in the race. I think he was thinking opportunity presented itself. He was going to take it, and unfortunately, just didn't, as they say, stick the landing.
Well, and it may have been that Charles Horn just really wasn't expecting him to be there, and when he went in, he took the normal line going into that corner, and the only option that Renfro had to avoid a collision was to do what he did. So, unfortunate that we've lost our battle for the front, but and I'm looking at the lap times here, and we'll know here next time by whether or not there's been any drop, and that will be a kind of an indication.
Horn's first sector, a 52.1. The previous best of the race was a 51.0. So, okay, he's within a second of that. Renfro's first sector, 51.1. No damage appears to be there, as he basically matched his race best first sector and took a second out of the lead. I don't think this race is over yet.
Well, he's got to make up 9 seconds about in 6 laps. So he's going to have to make up more than a second a lap if he wants to get it done. And they were pretty well matched. I don't know that Renfro has a second a lap on Charles Horn. And even if he does he have a second a lap after lap after lap in the last 6 laps of this race?
Yeah, what would be left in the tires to make a pass, even if you're able to get even close to Horn? So we'll keep our eyes on that. We know the battle for third continues to be waged on. You've got the what was last time I called it, I think it's the same order. You had David Jalen at one point in third, and Steve Meyer in fourth. Now Meyer's back to third, Jalen's back to fourth. And again, I think that could change probably 4 times before we see a checkered flag. Oh,
no question. No question. I don't want to forget about our Formula V cars back there. Blake Tatum has a pretty decent lead over Ron Wake. I believe it's about 9 seconds last time by. We'll see what it is this time by. And then a good gap back between Wake and Manthe. Well, good gap if you're Wake.
I would keep an eye on that. Wake just took 5 seconds out in Sector 2.
Really?
From Tatum. Yeah. Let's keep our eye.
Had a lockup or maybe a quick off and on?
Yeah, I don't know if that's them on camera there. There's a couple of battles happening there. There's also a Monik and Ponson battle that's going on in V's. But yeah, Wake just took a whole lot of time out of Tatum that could make things really interesting there at the front of the V's.
All right, you're right. Denny Renfro's made up a couple of seconds here. He's got to make up a couple of seconds every lap to even have a shot here back at the win. Charles Horn, hopefully there's someone for him on the radio talking about it. Tell him that Renfro's on the move, and he'll have to push forward.
Yeah, Renfro is in full-on quality laps at this point. Whatever you can do to run the tires off, if that's what you got to do. And it looks like the sun may have gone a little overcast, so the track temps may have come down a little bit. I'm not sure if that helps him or hurts him, but it could be one of those, late in the day, things start to change the other way. It's not quite as warm, it doesn't quite look as sunny as it was maybe an hour or two ago.
And I think you're right. Ron Wake looks like he's pulled within 2 seconds of Blake Tatum here. So that race for first place in Formula V is not over yet either.
No, not at all. That race is definitely on, as is the third place in FF, which is those two you can see right now going to turns 20 and 21. And in front of them might be the battle between Monick and Ponson in Formula V. And that's the battle for 4th and 5th in V. So you got a couple battles about to go next to each other. As first you got the two Vs, and then you got the FFs, or some sort of order like that.
All right, we're waiting to see when Charles Horn comes around. He's got about 20 seconds to get to the start line before, if he doesn't get there within the next 20 seconds or so, he's going to get the white flag this time by.
It looks like that's going to be, he's somewhere in the back of the course there in Sector 2. So, one more lap to go after this. That's probably the best news he could hear. One last lap for Renfro to take a chunk out of the lead. There's Renfro now. He can almost over the hillside see Chuck Horn out in front.
Yeah, Renfro just went purple in Sector 1, but only by 4/10 of a second, or 6/10 of a second. That's not nearly enough to catch Charles Horn here before this race is over.
Now he's going to run out of time to be able to do it, but it could be fun watching him go out here and throw down some quality laps. Maybe he can crack into the 304s. At the pace he's going, we're about to see his Sector 2 segment, but he might be on pace for 304 this time around.
And of course, he's still got to keep the car on the racetrack, not make any mistakes, because it won't take much for Renfro to catch up. If he does make a mistake, you just saw both cars come through there.
Yep, and Renfro just went purple Sector 2. So he's purple Sector 1, purple Sector 2 on this lap. And he's already taken about 2 seconds out.
I was going to say, purple Sector 2 by 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know, 5 miles may not be enough to finish the job here, but Denny Renfro is going to give it all he has.
Here comes the white flag for your race leader, Charles Horn. We're going to see the big gap here when they come, or the maybe not so big gap. Here comes Denny Renfro. What's it going to be? 6.5 seconds. He's going to have to make up 6.5 seconds in the last lap if he wants to win here. One would think that is a gap too big to gap, but you know what? I've seen some weird things happen this weekend. I'm not making any predictions.
Well, I was thinking he was going to get into the 304s. Well, Chuck Horn got into the 303s. Denny Renfro almost got into the 301s, a 302.1.
Wow.
Personal best, all three, including overall race best in the first 2 sectors alone. I don't think he's going to catch him unless Chuck makes a mistake, but he's trying.
Oh, no question. No question at all. And looking still for that gap between Blake Tatum and Ron Wake. It was 2.03 seconds last time by. We'll check when they come by this time.
I think that was them that may have just gone under the starter stand there. Tatum, personal best, all 3 sectors, personal best lap. He responded. He must have seen Wake catching him and said, I got to put him in my wake and get out of here.
Absolutely. All right, we can pretty much turn off the clock now. The white flag is out. Someone's screaming out there, happy about watching whatever it is they're watching.
Woo!
Yeah, they're rooting on a great Formula F battle here as we get into the final lap here.
Renfro took another 4/10 Sector 1, but 4/10 when you need 6 seconds. This isn't going to be enough, but it's fun watching.
It is absolutely fun watching. Blake Tatum was able to open up the lead to 3.5 seconds last lap, so he's in a good spot. No mistakes for Tatum, and he's going to take the win in Formula V. But give a shout out to Ron Wake and Don Manthe for hanging in there and trying to make it a story. They're probably going to come home in 2nd and 3rd if nothing changes on this final lap.
Although Ponson and Monick for 4th and 5th are going faster than Manthe's been going, so the gap may be a little bit. There's about 10 seconds between them last time by, but you never know with the way these races are going today. Last race, they could always have some magic in store for us.
That's right. We're about a half a mile from the finish line for our leaders, maybe a mile. It's hard to tell on a 5-mile racetrack. We need mile poles like they have at the horse racing track so I can figure this out. Turn 18 and 19, 2 more turns left after this one, and Charles Horn is on his way to a Western Shootout race win. I'm not sure if that will be enough to take the Western Shootout win. I don't think it will. I think Chuck Renfro's still going to win that, but it has been fun to watch here. There is Renfro through turn 20 and 21 for the final time. Now the checkered flag should be in the air. That car coming right at us is Charles Horn. He's going to be your race winner.
Oh, what a great battle these two put on for all 3 days. So much fun to watch. And again, on the last lap, Teddy Renfro, a 3:02.0 fastest lap of the race. He was trying, he was throwing everything at it at the line, 4 seconds back. Oh, that was fun. But let's see where third and fourth are. Again, Meyer and Jalen have been having this great race all along, and then that's a V race going through 9 there. But let's see where Jalen and Meyer are in their FFs. That's a V.
There you go.
But yeah, the last step of the podium not decided yet. That might be them in their FFs coming through Sector 2 on the West Course finish pitch straight. That is between the two of them.
Yep. So this is still in question. Turn 15. Got this corner here, then a couple of right-handers. It's 18 and 19. And then they head down the back straight towards turn 20 and 21.
I think it's David Jalen in the Mygale chassis. He's in third. Steve Myers in the Swift. He's the yellow one there in the fourth spot. They've been swapping positions almost every single lap, so I'm not going to count out the last corner pass.
All right, here they come down the back straight for the lap, and it does look like that fourth place car is making a run here.
You don't have to go around the long ways. It looks like Jalen's going to take a defensive line to the inside. No, Jalen goes outside, forcing Meyer inside, but can he make it stick?
It looks like he has made it stick here. We'll know more when they come onto the front straight. It does look like a yellow car popped through first. Will it be a drag race down to the checkered flag for third place in Formula F? And it is. Who's your winner? Or your third place car, if nothing else?
It's Steve Meyer.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I think that's pretty much going to be how we're going to finish this thing out. Let's go through the classes right now. Formula F, Charles Horn, Denny Renfro, Steve Meyer, that's your podium. Then we've got David Jalen and Michael Bernstein, and we go down to Formula V. Blake Tatum, your race winner. Second place, Ron Wake. Donald Manthe will be third. And then you've got, it'll probably be, I think they've already crossed the line. Chris Ponson, fourth. Derek Monick is in fifth. Aaron Robbins is in sixth. Oh boy, Lair.
Group 8 to grid. Group 8 grid.
Yeah, Group 8 to grid. No, we're done. We're done. Hey man,
what a
thanks
great
for
weekend,
a great weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely great weekend. I had so much fun. This 5-mile track is legendary. This place has only been around for 5 years. I'm telling you, this might be one of the go-to destination must-drive tracks in the country. This has been a lot of fun. The battles of every class that we get to see, even the EP race we just saw, had such a good race for the short time we had to see it. This has been a lot of fun. This has been a great weekend.
All right, lots of people to thank, and we're going to do it real quickly here. The associate producers in the chat, you guys were awesome all weekend. Thank you so much. Appreciate all your fun input and tidbits. We'll use them again next weekend in Portland. Thank you to our director, Zach Johnson, who's got to get out for another broadcast to do. That's up next for him, so we're going to get him out of here fast. Our executive producers, Brendan Kazmarek. All the good people in SCCA National and San Francisco region of the SCCA for helping us put this thing on. All of our workers around the racetrack, the ones who weathered the storm literally yesterday and over the weekend. Great help to all of them, both our indoor and outdoor workers. Thank you to all of them. Larry, we're going to see you again at Watkins Glen. Appreciate it. You'll be there when I'm not. Next weekend, it'll be Greg and me for Portland. Please join us for that. That's going to do it. We're out of here. Have yourself a great week and go play with cars.
Mm-hmm.